only reason.
Felicia found out. Felicia.
Felicia Wils. That's crazy that you say that because I told you let's go buy a lottery ticket this Saturday night. I said let's go buy a lottery ticket. Let's just go around and one of the places would be stopped is not even off. And she had, I guess that's 12.
That's what she found out. Who he's
The little girl's old enough, right, to be running around?
Yes. I mean, she's like two and a half. She found out who the girl was. He's been seeing her. I mean, it's already gonna be a year.
He found out that too.
It's that girl that let me show you a picture because you probably don't know her. The one that was with.
Yeah,
She was with Sergio, and Sergio left her for Crystal.
yeah, I remember. What's her name?
Adriana. I don't know.
She's from Runyon.
Is she from Runyon? Well, her kids live in Runyon because with Adrian Gamboa, right? Those are the kids.
And Helica, we can hear you speaking.
They're like together.
They've been. Like, I have her as a friend on Facebook because
And
I bought
Helica.
like something from her. She sells stuff. Like, she makes stuff and she sells it. So anyway, I
Orange
became her
County,
friend.
we
But,
can hear your conversation.
so she always posts about a guy. Babe this, babe that, babe that, like eating at
I don't have the
Southwest
ability to
Babe,
mute, guys.
eating
I'm
at
sorry.
Chicken, eating at Texas Roadhouse, like all the time. And I'm like, who is her babe? Like, why isn't she? You know what I mean? Why isn't
Can
she?
you hear me, Orange County? We can hear you.
His birthday was April 16th. April 16th, just 10 days ago.
Ma'am,
I want to wish my love a very happy birthday. First celebrated
Ma'am.
birthday together. Hope you have an amazing day. Love you, babe.
First,
They don't hear us. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have the ability to mute.
She found out because her cousin was
Judge
at
Wilson,
North
can you
Star
please give me
and
ability
saw
to
this
mute people?
well, about time
Well-
they were going.
well,
This is a small little world. Let me tell you.
And not only that, but like if I was the cousin, I would have went up
Orange
to her.
County
She
What cousin?
she didn't
and
tell me.
Helica.
His cousin's from Monkey.
Yes, but that Matthew was, they were walking around the mall and Matthew was holding her little girl's hand. She said,
Judge Wilson, can you please give
She
me
said
the
his-
ability to mute people?
you know, his one and only daughter does not even get to see him and he's walking around holding another little girl's hand.
So the cousin called her.
The cousin called her. Hold on, this is the cousin didn't even make herself like see nothing. Felicia said that she was so like heartbroken, I guess. So
Okay, hold on.
she was crying.
Hey, turn it off.
Oh,
You're on.
Oh my gosh.
glad that was over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, having some progress made on my computer. Let me ask, first of all, can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I can see nods, but I can't hear anything.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear
I have
you.
my audio at 100%. I have the speakers on. I can hear them crackling, but I can hear nothing. Give me a moment.
It's not ideal, but you
This
can
is
call
at least a
in.
new problem and not the ones we've been having.
So lost this shit.
All right, will somebody say something so I can see if what I did to change anything?
Good morning, Judge.
Hello.
And I
Morning.
see Miss Poppy lighting up and turning yellow, but
Yes, sir. You want to call? To call.
okay. I'm going to make Miss Poppy the host. I'm going to leave and see if my other computer will allow me to check in.
Hello, ma'am, or sir.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Ken Fletcher. I'm on the docket pertaining a divorce.
Sir, your phone is breaking up pretty bad. If you want to maybe email or chat, put something in chat, your question in chat, I will try to respond to you.
No.
To everyone that's on this morning, the judge is having a few technical difficulties. He is restarting his computer and then he will call the docket. So please sit tight and keep yourself muted unless the judge is speaking to you or you have a question for me or the court, okay?
Hello, Ms. Coordinator.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me clearly now? This is Ken Fletcher.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure I fixed that.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm a little busy right now, real fast. I'm sorry.
All right, let's try it now. Will somebody say something?
Judge Wilson, how are you today?
Frustrated. I'm going to make you the host.
Okay, you can hear though. Good.
Okay, I'm going to call the civil dockets and the criminal dockets. I'll ask for announcements from the attorneys. Anyone who doesn't have an attorney or whose attorney is not present, please let me know that you're here. Other than that, please keep your electronic devices muted unless I or your attorney are specifically speaking to you.
I like this coat. There's this Judge Wilson.
Okay, for instance, Sean's Galaxy. Keep your device muted. No matter the marriage of Zoe and Zachary Palmero.
Yes, Judge, that's just an entry of order. I haven't received the card back from the certified mail yet. He never picked it up. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, but you've got proof that it was sent?
Yes, I have. I sent it to 2 addresses I had for him.
It's Mr. Brown? All right.
Mr. Brown, you released him because Mr. Palermo said he wasn't his attorney that day in court, so you released him.
Okay, so it's pro se.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I'll mark you number 1, or do you want to just post that to me in chat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Matter of the marriage of Michelle and John Milton.
Anna Hesbrook, Your Honor, for Michelle Milton. I've confirmed.
Good morning. This
there
this
you
is Lauren Thompson for Mr. Milton. I think we're going to need a reset.
That's correct, Judge. We've conferred and we need time to for some documents. So we'd like to know your available date so we can get a reset.
Okay, I have no idea. The court coordinator's office can let you know about that. If you are able to work with Ms. Poppy or her office, just post the dates in chat. If I need to make a decision because you're unable to come to an agreement, come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Matter of the marriage of Lynn and Caleb Larson.
Present on that, Your Honor. Myself and Ms. Roberson are here. I believe we probably just need about 2 to 5 minutes of the court's time. This has already been proved up. We're just here to get the decree entered.
Judge, and I would agree on that. There's one small issue, but I don't think it would take long at all to hear.
Okay, I'll mark you 5 minutes.
Thank you.
In the interest of Eris Murphy, a child.
Good morning, Judge Art Guzman, present for Ms. Covarrubias. We're here for a TRO.
And I'm here to trigger.
Okay, and we were here last week, I think.
Yes,
2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, and the AG's office does not need to be here, is that correct?
That's correct. It's possession.
And how long to hear this, sir?
I think Mr. Murphy emailed me and told me he needed more time.
Yes, for a lawyer. Yes, sir.
Judge, we're set for on May 5th on our motion for new trial, just so you know.
I haven't got any of that paperwork yet either.
Okay, all right, so do y'all have an agreement to reset this to May 5th?
I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem to reset it to May 5th, but I haven't got any of that paperwork either.
Okay, well, I'll let you speak with Mr. Guzman and I will take that up if I need to on May the 5th. So I'll set this on May the 5th and you are excused, both of you.
Judge, you want me to send you a copy of the order extending?
Yes, and I'll sign that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in the matter of the marriage of Ken Fletcher and Erica Garcia.
Erica Garcia is just now joining.
Yes. All right, Erica Garcia. think she's still trying to connect to the audio.
And Judge, Mr. Fletcher was on earlier this morning. He had an issue and Ms. Poppy had asked him to fix his issue and he did, but now I don't see him on.
All right.
Yeah, I just see his name, but no connectivity to audio.
And Ms. Garcia is present, but no audio, so I will recall. The matter of the marriage of John and Jennifer Ramirez.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
And are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, sir, I am ready to proceed.
Okay, I will mark you A. You will be the first self-represented case that I call up.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you broke up there for a second.
I will mark you A. You will be the first self-represented case that I call up. I take the uncontested matters with attorneys before the uncontested matters where people don't have attorneys. So I will call your case shortly. In the interest of Austin James Tucker, a child.
The Brent and Julie Tucker are here along with Austin.
Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll mark you B. You'll be the second self-represented case. All right, Mr. Gear, are you okay?
Sorry, Judge.
Matter of the marriage of Susan Presley and Jeremy Raymond.
Morning, Judge. This is just an entry of the temporary orders that were heard or that we agreed to last Monday. Andres Cedios is on the other side. The proposed order has been filed and has been sent to Mr. Cedios since last week. I'm not sure if he's on this morning.
Okay, and by filed, you mean e-filed?
Yes.
Okay, all right. If you want to post a copy to me in chat, I will sign it since Mr. Cedios isn't opposing.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right. Wilson County addition. Estate of Wava Ruck, deceased.
President, Your Honor, for contestant wanted to go for it. It's just an agreed DCO. Tom Caldwell already signed it, so we just.
All right, and I'm sorry, is it agreed or not? It says not agreed on the notes.
There was some miscommunication between him and I, and he changed it to agreed, so he signed it.
Okay. All right, well, if you'll post it in chat, I'll sign it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else told to be here today just on a civil case? All right, Mr. Fletcher, I see you're present. All right, I called your case, Mr. Fletcher. I'm asking you to unmute. Okay, can you hear me? All right, Mr. Fletcher, I don't know if you can hear us or not. All we can hear from you is the occasional electronic noise. If you're unable to get that going, I'm going to ask you to check back in on a different electronic device, or at least leave and check back in on this one. If you're somewhere where you have slow internet connection, a better internet connection may help. All right. Wilson County criminal docket. State versus Albert Aguirre.
He's in custody, Your Honor. We're conferring on that.
Chastity Villarreal.
Good morning, Judge. I am present and she's on standby. She is in a rehab facility right now. If you want her to be present, she's logged in, but I'm not sure if she's sitting at the computer right now or in a class.
Okay, what are we doing today?
She ended up in a rehab facility to get some help, and once she's completed with that program, we'll be coming back to the court and hopefully disposing of the case in some form or fashion.
Okay, and the state's good with that?
We are, Judge.
Yes, Judge, I sent them the letter of her enrollment in that program as well, so they have proof.
Okay, so I'll put, do we want to get a setting date right now, or?
We can, Judge.
Okay, I'll ask y'all to get an appropriate date.
Yes, sir.
And just post that in chat, please. State versus Christopher Casillas.
Judge, I'm present for Mr. Casillas. He should be at probation.
He is present at probation, Judge.
All right, I'll mark you conferring.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dorothy Palafos. She's in custody?
Yes, sir, she is in custody. This is the one that I was telling you about the confusion with attorneys.
Okay. Are Lisa Voigt or Dan Rodriguez here?
Yes, Judge, I'm here for Mr.
You're
Rodriguez.
here for Dan. Okay.
It's my understanding that we were going to be doing a motion to set bond in this case. I believe that the defendant has decided to accept a plea, and so Ms. Voigt was going to be pleading out this morning.
All right, have we heard from Lisa Voigt this morning?
She has not checked in here, Your Honor.
No, sir, I've not heard from her yet.
All right, we'll check on her and I'll just mark this as recall. Evelyn Altamira. Mr. Hayek.
I'm the slowest unmuting around. She's present here with counsel, Judge. We have some discovery issues, like lack thereof.
All right, so do we need a hearing on that?
Is there a way to confer with an attorney, one of the DAs right now?
No, but after the call of the docket, Ms. Poppy will be opening up.
Okay.
Breakout rooms.
If you give us a couple of minutes, I filed a special discovery motion a month ago, never heard anything.
Okay, I'll mark you conferring.
Okay.
State versus Gregory Hobson.
Good morning, Judge Edward Adams for Gregory Hobson. He's in custody. We're going to ask for the May 24th reset date for a plea on both cases.
Okay, all right, and I'll say the same thing. We're starting jury trials in June. We're starting, the judge on the circuit will be holding court in person, well, I guess beginning next week. So let's make certain that we have everything set. I mean, you have everything set before you leave today, unless you have an MTR or you have a special dispensation from me. You need to have a pretrial date if you need a pretrial, and then you need to have a docket call date and a jury selection date. So just post, if there's a dispute about what the dates are, I will resolve it. If the state and the defense are agreed on what date it needs to move to, just post that in chat in the cause number, name, date format, and you are excused. State versus Sonia Martinez.
Judge, I'm listed as attorney of record on that. That's a previous representation.
Sonia Martinez? No show?
She's in custody, Your Honor.
All right, so does she have an attorney on this motion to revoke? I'll ask.
I'll check it out and text her, sir.
And ask public defender's office to get with her. If not, Penny Gonzalez.
Judge, that's supposed to be a plea with Mr. Cabañas today.
Okay.
I believe she just arrived at the probation office.
All right.
I believe she just walked in.
All right, we'll check on him. He may be in front of Judge Ellison. Brian Sweeney.
I'm here.
All right, we're checking on Mr. Cabañas. Mark you present.
Judge, he is in the other court. He has multiple settings today, but he's with Atascosa, I believe.
Okay. Miguel Rios. Miguel Rios. No show. Sean Spalding.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm here on that. That's a continued sentencing, and he's there at probation, and we're ready.
Okay, and this is a case where I asked for pre-sentence investigation, or were you just had computer trouble, or both?
Well, what happened is you wanted to find out what was. I'm sorry. Let me turn down. You wanted to find out what was going on the theft of property. And,
okay. All right, that's fine. I'll mark you conferring. We'll hear this shortly. Eric Trevino. Eric Trevino. No show. Audie Howell.
Good morning, Judge. He is present with counsel and will be conferring with the state. Mr. Howell, if you'll announce, please.
Yes, I'm Audie Howell.
All right, thank you. Please remove your hat while in court, sir. Jesse Oliver. Says monitor warrant of arrest, or warrant waiver of arraignment. You know if we received that? Anyone? All right.
No, sir, it has not been received.
All right, we'll check with Ms. Voigt when she gets here. Ryan Parker, she's probably in front of Judge Ellison too. Ryan Parker.
Your Honor, I'm here for him. I don't see him and I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
All right, no show. Chad Spence.
Your Honor, present for Mr. Spence. I'm in the jail. I'm going to get his signature and take it over to the district clerk's office.
Okay.
He's back from Victoria on a bench warrant.
All right, sounds good. I'll mark
See you
down.
shortly.
So custody. All right, and I'm sorry, Mr. Nitz, Mr. Parker you have not heard from him?
I have not heard from him. I sent him the link at the last known phone number, and I have not heard back from him.
All right, Mr. Sweeney is present. Shelby Wilson.
She's a present counsel, Your Honor, and will confer. Shelby, can you announce for the court? I see her
Hello.
logged in.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I'll
There
mark
she
you
is.
present.
Thank you.
Dalen or Dallin Fascia?
In custody.
And Mr. Perez is probably in front of Judge Ellison.
He's in Guadalupe County doing a sentencing, and then he will
Oh.
be with the court.
Francisco Lozoya.
Good morning, Judge. He is present at our office. Mr. Lozoya, if you'll please announce.
I am present, Judge.
Thank you.
We'll be-
Dwayne Black.
Morning, Judge. He's in custody in Carnes. I've got the plea paperwork. I need to maybe get a breakout room and go over with him. So if you can put that on recall, we'll try to get that done so we can plea him out.
Okay, again, Ms. Poppy's in charge of those. All right, recalling Ryan Parker.
I believe I see him in the, he just appeared.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm sorry.
All right, I'll mark you present. Demi Kelly.
In custody, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll confer.
We do need to get a waiver of arraignment, Ruben.
I'll work on that.
Chad Spence is in custody, I believe. Okay, the criminal ads. State versus Christopher Perez.
Yes, Your Honor. That's a motion. We'll confer on it.
And he's in custody.
Okay. Jose Morales.
And Mr. Morales is a plea, Your Honor. We have all the paperwork done.
Is he present?
He is in custody, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anyone else told to be here today? Your case was not called.
Your Honor, I believe Ricky Rivera was supposed to be on the docket as well. He's he would
They're
have been.
Carnes cases, sir? Yes, there's a Carnes docket today also.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. That's Judge Ellison's though?
No, sir, it's yours. There's two cases.
Okay, don't pull that.
Did y'all call it Jose Morales? Or this? I got the add-on list with that.
Yes, Kelly, we did call Jose Morales.
Okay, thank you.
All right, State versus Ricky Rivera.
Your Honor, that's a TDCJ. They're supposed to bring him. The order that you signed said that they're supposed to appear with him at 10:20. And so for a plea, so hopefully they come via Zoom.
Okay. Give me just a minute, 10:20. Oh, I've got lots of messages here, but I had my phone muted. All right, I'm going to start a timer for 48 minutes. Make sure we're ready to do that. Okay, Dwayne Black.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's also Mr. Gear's case. He has the Wilson County case, and then Trala has the Karnes County case, and we're doing a plea in both counties.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, anyone else told to be here today? Your case was not called.
Right here, Richard Garcia.
All right, anyone?
Richard Garcia.
Yes, no, I heard that. I didn't see you on the dockets.
Hello, sir. This is Ken Fletcher again. I am going to another location to where hopefully I have better reception.
All right, we can hear you some. I'm going to mute you again. All right, give me just a moment to log in and see if we have any thing in tech share on anybody who needs an attorney this morning.
Judge, I need to get at the jail Sonia Martinez so that TRLA can interview her.
Okay. All right, yes, there's nothing in tech share.
Can we get Sonia Martinez to the Wilson County Jail, please?
I'm gonna call for now.
And I know that Mr. Rivas is in Geo right now doing an interview with somebody, but I'll let him know that the court needs him.
Okay. The matter of the marriage of Larson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, what's going on?
Judge, we had a mediated settlement agreement in the spring of 2019. We proved up the MSA in July of 2019, and we just haven't been able to get this decree signed. My client has confirmed that she's been receiving direct payments for child support from Mr. Larson. So we are agreeable to changing the start date to May 1st, 2021, so that the Attorney General doesn't believe that he has, thousands of dollars of back pay that he does not indeed have. However, I believe Ms. Roberson would also like to make an additional change because he is receiving additional benefits for the children that they would like to offset with the child support. I haven't had a chance to review any kind of documents that confirm that amount or to speak with my client about that. So I'm simply asking that the decree be entered based upon the mediated settlement agreement today, but we are in agreement to at least change the start date. And then I'm happy to work with Ms. Roberson to address any other remaining child support issues, but we would like to enter the decree as ordered or as agreed to in the MSA today.
Judge, if I may respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, yes, we are in agreement with changing the start date for child support to May 1st, 2021. That way my client doesn't have any arrears because he's up to date on child support. During the time, my client had applied for Social Security before we went to mediation. And after they approved it up, he finally got approved for Social Security and the children have started receiving benefits. And so we are asking the court under Texas Family Code to offset his child support obligation with the benefits the children are receiving. I believe the difference is $279 a month that he would actually be required to pay. And I do understand opposing counsel's concern that she has not seen any documentation of this. I myself just found this out because I believe it just happened and my client just notified me. So I would want the order to reflect that, because otherwise what would happen is we would have to do either a motion to set aside this decree just for that sole issue, or a motion to modify, and I think it would just save a lot of time and hassle if we would just put that in the order.
Okay.
I must pass it, a modification order would be appropriate just because this MSA is 2 years old. So.
All right, why don't I just take the, and this is a divorce or is just a SAPSR?
Divorce.
All right, I will, if someone will post the proposed final order, I will just annotate it simply to say temporary orders. And then I will set a date not more than about 2 weeks in the future, or I ask the court administrator to give us a date not more than a couple of weeks in the future when I'm going to be in court here. And unless we have something else submitted or a hearing by that date, I will go ahead and retain a copy of the orders that are sent me today, and I'll sign that without the annotation that this says temporary orders. So it, as much as possible, it'll be finalized right now, and then we'll know that it will be completely finalized shortly. And let me just look at the calendar. I can probably find a date.
5/18 is a good date where you're on Zoom.
What's that?
5/18 is a good Wilson County date where you will be on Zoom.
Okay. It sounds like once you have both sides have the documentation, I mean, this ought to be just a matter of running the numbers. I expect that y'all will have an agreed order to me by then. But, and Ms. Osborne, would you rather not bother with calling it signing it as temporary orders, but that way at least you'll have a date for when the child support starts?
Yes, Judge, if we could just come back on May 18th, and then Ms. Roberson and I will try and correct the dates in the final decree, and then we can just get it all done that day.
Okay, well then I will just set this for 5/18 and y'all are excused, and I will see you on 5/18. Unless, if you have it finalized before then, just submit it as an agreed order and I will sign off on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So let me make sure I mark that down. Okay, and let's see. And on the case Grace Barrera had in the divorce, I'm posting. It was Palmero. I'm just signed and posted the final judgment to the clerk.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Lede, if you could join breakout room 5, please.
Will do.
Monica, he's joining room 5 now. Thank you, ma'am.
And I just posted the Presley temporary orders. All right, is Mr. Guzman here? Did he take off already? Okay, his extension of the TRO came over as corrupted. So I am unable to sign that.
Ms. Poppy, can you put me in line for the jail? This is Ruben.
Yes, sir. And I'm reposting the dates to all right now as well.
Okay.
Miss Poppy, this is Anna Hesbrook. I put the reset in the chat. Is that sufficient?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
And I just posted the agreed docket control order to Ms. Kruger. Let me send it to Ms. Poppy.
Ms. Poppy,
Yes,
I just
sir.
wanted to confirm that you got the reset date on Casillas.
Yes, sir. 5/18, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Right now, I have Mr. Nitz still waiting for Mr. Leday and Mr. Forrest still waiting on the jail. Were there any other breakout rooms? Mr. Oh, never mind. Anyone else?
Jennifer, do you know if there's anyone from the BCP law firm on right now?
Yes, Miss Corolla is on.
Can I have a breakout room with her?
She's in the breakout room right now, but I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Miss Coordinator. Can you hear me?
Sir? Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher.
And can you see me?
I cannot see you, sir.
Well, I guess it's either one thing or another. But is it breaking up, or do we have a good connection now?
You have a good connection now.
Awesome. Okay,
And I
cool.
believe we were waiting for the other party. I don't know if they were ever able to connect.
As far as I know, it's I don't have a attorney, and I have a waiver saying that I'm the only party that needs to be present.
Judge Wilson, Mr. Fletcher has a good connection now. He's page 2 top case on the civil.
How do I get over back to the courtroom? Let's see here.
You are in the courtroom, sir, but I'm going to mute you until the judge calls your case.
Jennifer, was that breakout room for Mark? 6?
Okay,
Hello, sir.
all right. I'm asking Erica Garcia to unmute.
Hello.
Okay, ma'am, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Let me look at the file. Okay, I'm asking Mr. and Ms. Fletcher, Mr. Fletcher, Ms. Garcia, would you unmute your computers? Or Ms. Garcia is already unmuted.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes. I need both of you to raise your right hands. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, and your name is Ken Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Fletcher, prior to the time this divorce was filed, had you been a resident of Wilson County for 90 days, no Texas for 6 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are married to Erica Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has the marriage between the two of you become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, meaning that the two of you are not getting along?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What grounds are you asking for a divorce on?
Infidelity.
That's not what your proposed divorce decree says.
We were unable to get along and come to any kind of a agreement due to the fact of the infidelity. Which
Your
was
marriage
not the
has
same.
become undermined by a discord or conflict of personalities.
Yes. Yes,
Is
Your
there
Honor.
any- Is there any present likelihood of reconciliation?
No, Your Honor.
When did the two of you marry?
We married April 26, 2014.
And since that date, how many children have been? All right, so you had one child, Ember Rose Fletcher, who was born prior to that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there ever an attorney general's lawsuit or anything else that officially adjudicated you to be the father of that child?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a proceedings that is undergoing as of right now, as we speak.
Oh, and what proceeding would that be?
The application has been filed, and I'm just awaiting the answer.
What application, sir?
For child support. No, there's never been a need to
All right,
make
so
sure she was mine. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm been a long
is
night.
there an attorney general's law? Has there been an attorney general's case filed, is what you're telling me, over child support?
Yes, yes, sir.
In what county was that filed in?
That county was here in Wilson.
All right, and when did that happen?
That happened this morning. I don't know, around 2 o'clock a.m. after I got home from work.
Okay, and who filed that case?
I did, sir.
Okay, then. All right, well, Mr. Fletcher, what I need to tell you is that we can only have one case at a time involving children. And there is a SAPSER, it's called, on your two children that's built into your divorce decree. But what you're telling me is that you've gone to the Attorney General's office and asked them to file something. And did they file an intervention in this case, or did they file a new lawsuit?
No, sir. There's been nothing, no interventions, no lawsuits. It's just now getting set up. I dealt with the Attorney General for the actual paternity, and because the whole issue was the paternity test, and to prove that I was that, and that's what's been filed as of right now, sir. And I have just refiled the application for child support, so that's in the works.
Okay.
And so, other than that,
all right, Mr. Fletcher, I need to
two
cut you
children.
off here. Okay, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. That's two lawsuits going. this divorce decree and the suit affecting parent-child relationship and the Attorney General lawsuit to establish you as the father of the older child and about child support. We can only have one at a time. So we're going to have to get these two lawsuits combined. So we cannot go any farther.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir, Your Honor. There's no lawsuit pertaining to Ember or Mark at this time. So
right. So I'm hearing two different things from you, sir. One is that you just filed a paternity and child support action, and the other is that there's nothing going on.
The paternity that I filed through the Mr. Abbott's office or the Attorney General was for the child in question, the Amy.
Which
had
child
nothing
is
to do
that?
with Amy is the child of Mrs. Garcia and Mr. Leal.
All right. Again, sir, in the eyes of the law, if that child was born during the marriage, that child is yours. And if you're trying to have an adjudication that that child is not yours based on DNA, that has to happen either in the divorce decree or it has to be combined with the Attorney General's case where that's going on. So again, we are not able to proceed this morning. So I am going to drop it, put reset on request, and you need to speak with the AG's office. They need to get the cases consolidated. And if they get a resolution on paternity for the next child, because the question I was going to ask shortly was, were there any other children other than these two born to your wife? And when the answer is yes, then
yes, I'm sorry,
we're not able to proceed. So
and yes, sir, I have the AOP. The AOP has already been filed and been done.
That's great. Mr. Fletcher, there's nothing that you can explain to me that will change the fact that we're not able to proceed this morning. Okay. And even if you hadn't filed that, whenever you told me that there was another child that had been born, there would have been nothing that we could have done that would have allowed you to proceed this morning, unless the answer was you had a certified copy of a final judgment in some other legal proceeding somewhere that reflected that a court had found that you were not the father of this youngest child. So I'm going to put this down as reset on request. And after the Attorney General gets their paperwork done, and they can hopefully will combine their case with this divorce, and we have the DNA, or if we have there's also a way that you can do an affidavit where the husband, the wife, and the biological father all sign an affidavit that says that the biological father is the father of the child. Once one of those things has happened, then we can proceed with the divorce decree, but not before. So again, I'll mark you as reset on request. Y'all are both excused. All right, let me look in the Tucker adoption here.
Just wanted to ask, is anyone else waiting for a breakout room? I don't have anyone on my list right now.
Ms. Poppy, this is Dan Rivas. The information on Ms. Martinez has been entered.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, it looks like Mr. Parker may have hired another firm. I've put reset dates, but I believe they're going to be entering a notice of appearance on that.
Okay, thank you.
And may I be excused, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, in the matter of, or in the interest of Austin James Tucker, are both sides, is the family ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Austin in school or?
He's here with
We
us.
kept him out of school today. He's
Okay. All right, good morning.
Morning.
All right, let me ask Brent and Julie Tucker to raise their right hands. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll take judicial notice of the entire contents of the court's file. And I'll take judicial notice that the mother of Austin James Tucker, Brianna Tucker, died of natural causes a little over 5 years ago, and therefore she has not been served with this petition for adoption. I'll take judicial notice that there is a consent to adoption that's been executed by Austin James Tucker, consenting to his adoption by Julie Tucker. There is a affidavit in support of a step-parent investigation and a step-parent adoption and asking to waive the necessity of a home study and social study. And I will also take notice that there's a criminal history report from the Department of Public Safety that just reflects no criminal history for the proposed adoptive parents. So I will approve the waiver of the proposed waiver of the necessity of a home study. And I'll find from the clear and convincing evidence that there's no other person who's entitled to notice of this suit, that the criminal history, as I said, is clear on Miss Julie Tucker, that the allegations have been verified concerning the interstate commerce, interstate compact on placement of children, that the child has been in the home of the petitioner for at least 6 months. And all the prerequisites and requirements for the adoption have been met, and it's in the best interest of the child, Austin James Tucker, that the parent-child relationship be established between Austin James Tucker and Julie Tucker, and I will do so. All right, and I will grant the adoption between the parents. I have an adopted son myself, so I want to say congratulations to all of y'all, and I will sign this. And I'm also, you're asking to have it ordered sealed?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay. If you want it sealed, that's great. If you don't, the thing is, if you ever need to get a copy for any reason, you have to go and file a separate motion to unseal and wait until that gets presented to the district judge.
We don't have to have it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. In Austin, that is what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, congratulations. Like I said, I have an adopted son myself, and I wish all the best of everything.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Are we dismissed?
That's it.
Thank
And
you.
you'll be able to get a later today or later this week, you'll be able to get a copy of the certified copy if you need it from the district clerk's office.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Good luck. Oop, I missed somebody. I'm sorry. John Ramirez.
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
I missed you. I'm sorry. Give me just a moment.
At probation, can we please have Miss Penny Gonzalez?
I'm sorry, what?
Can we have Miss Penny Gonzalez placed in front of a camera at
Yes, just
probation
one.
so she can speak with her attorney?
Yes, just 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Kruger, I did not find the Ramirez file.
Oh, okay, let me look, Judge. I thought we had it. Okay, let me look.
Okay. And it's a 2134. It's okay. All right, calling the matter of the marriage of Ramirez.
Yes, Judge.
All right, is Jennifer Ramirez here?
No, I was the petitioner for the non-contestant order. They said she didn't, I guess, have to be here.
That's fine. She has signed off on it. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. And your name is John Ramirez?
Yes, Judge, that's correct.
Right. And prior to the time this lawsuit was filed, had you been a resident of Wilson County for 90 days and of Texas for 6 months?
Yes, Judge.
And you're married to Jennifer Ramirez?
Yes, Judge.
And has the marriage between the two of you become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities?
I'm a little confused on that, Judge. Can you break that down to me?
Okay. Are you asking for a divorce because you are not getting along?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
All right. Is there any likelihood the two of you are going to reconcile and live together again as husband and wife?
No, Judge. We gave it about a 5-year period, and we haven't gotten anywhere.
Okay. When did the two of you marry?
I believe it was February 14th of 2012.
Okay. And you have 4 children together?
Yes, sir. We have 4 children.
All
2
right.
boys, 2 girls.
And there has been a final order in the 150th District Court in Bexar County concerning conservatorship and possession and support of those children?
Yes, sir. You mean by child support, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I've been on child support for quite some time now.
All right. And you're simply asking to have that order attached to the divorce decree as the final order of the court with nothing changed?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
All right. Since the date of your marriage in 2012, I think you said it was, have there been any children born to Jennifer Ramirez other than Benjamin?
No, Judge.
To your knowledge, is she expecting a child?
No, Judge.
And have any children been adopted?
No, Judge.
Okay, I need to tell you that the law in Texas presumes that every single thing a married person owns is community property. Meaning that you just get married, you walk out of wherever you got married, and the law presumes everything you own is community property. If the divorce decree does not specify who gets the community property where it's being split up, or it does not specifically say that some of the property is not being split up because it's separate property and whose separate property it is, then the law presumes that I, the judge, forgot to divide some of your community property and that the two of you still own it together, even though you're divorced. So I've looked at your divorce decree and you have just general language that says, whatever's in your name, you keep, whatever's in her name, she keeps. Is there any real estate, any businesses, any automobiles, tractors, anything like that that's valuable?
She has an automobile. I know she has a truck, I believe, and maybe a car. Other than that, I have my vehicle. There's nothing really else that we own. I believe she does like payments on her vehicle. She doesn't completely own them yet.
All right, well, we'll just assume, I guess, that that's both of those automobiles are in your sole custody and control. All right, do you think that's a fair way to divide up your property?
Yes, Judge. We both need our vehicles for for work and things of that nature. So I think we're both on a fair playing field. We both got vehicles.
Okay. And your wife is asking to have her maiden name or previous name of Noriega restored?
Yes.
Okay, I find I have jurisdiction to hear this matter. It's been on file for more than 60 days. The petitioner had been a resident of Wilson County for 90 days and of Texas for 6 months prior to the time this lawsuit was filed. There is a waiver of citation in the proper format that's been on file for more than 60 days. And it says that the court can proceed if the respondent's signature is on the proposed divorce decree, which it is. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities. There's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There were 4 children, 1 child born during the marriage and 3 other children who the respondent has been, the petitioner has been adjudicated the father of. I find that the adoption of the order from the district court in Bexar County from 3 years ago is in the best interest of the children, and I will incorporate it into the divorce decree as Exhibit A. I find the proposed division of the marital property and debts is just, fair, and equitable, and I will approve it. And I will
Thank you, Judge.
restore the petition, or pardon me, respondent's previous name of Noriega. Any relief that does not appear in the divorce decree is denied, so this is a final appealable order. Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
and the BVS has already been filed, so you are excused, sir. The coordinator, pardon me, the district clerk's office will be able to process this and get you a copy of your divorce decree later in the week.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. You have a good day.
You're excused. Okay, did TDC just sign in a few minutes ago? Okay.
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, thank you. Okay, what case do we need a TDC for?
Your Honor,
It's the
I'm
second
sorry.
Carnes edition.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Dwayne Black.
I think it's Ricky Rivera.
Ricky Rivera. Okay. All right. And is someone here from TRLA?
Your Honor, I'm Dwayne.
Ms. Starling is in a breakout room right now, Mr. Leday, but I can close that if needed, sir.
Yeah, we need him here.
Yes, sir. Dwayne.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to mute you, sir. Thank you. We're dealing with Mr. Rivera. I called the wrong name. Okay, and do we have any paperwork for me to look at?
Has about 30 seconds till it closes it out, sir. I'm sorry.
I know. Okay.
Ms. Starling, TDCJ is online right now on Mr. Rivera.
Can I have a breakout room with them?
Judge, is it okay if I go ahead and put her in a breakout room?
Sure.
Or do you have any questions? Okay.
Well, is there any paperwork I need to be looking at?
That's my question for Mr. Rivera. I
Okay.
wanted to talk to him about it.
Go ahead.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry. I'm working on getting Mr. Rivera down here. So
Okay.
if you need to handle another case, I mean, I don't want to hold you up. I'm still working on
Okay.
getting the offender down here.
That's fine. I'm checking my email and things like that. We've got plenty.
I'll just go in room 10 and wait. And then Jennifer can kick me out if something happens.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello, ma'am. How are you? Sorry, I just got back. You mean to go in a breakout room, another one?
I don't have anyone else. Did you finish up with Mr. Flores a while ago before I
Yes,
shut
we
the room?
just got done doing.
Okay. I don't have any other rooms requests right now.
Okay, so I can get out then? Cause it says
Oh.
there's a room for 9.
I just don't have any breakout rooms for you to go to. I'm not sure about disconnecting.
Yeah, I wouldn't disconnect.
No, for the breakout room, because there's a invitation for breakout room 9.
Yes, you don't need to go there.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Boyd, did you need breakout rooms with anyone?
I have 2 clients that I'm not sure if they're here or not. One was Eric Trevino. The other is Jesse Oliver.
I know on Jesse Oliver, I think he was here. I'm not sure if he's in custody or not. I don't have that marked down, but we are missing the waiver of arraignment.
He sent me one, or she did, and I can't send it to you. It's too dark. It's like a photocopy of it.
And I have Trevino down as absent. I'm not sure if he has appeared.
Okay. So on Oliver, when they send it to you, and it's like, they take a photocopy. I mean, they take a picture of their document, and the background's gray, dark gray. So I don't think you want me to e-file that, do you?
Ms. Cindy, can you hear Lisa's explanation?
I hear her, and it just depends on how dark it is. I don't know what she's seeing. Sometimes they will be okay and come through, and it's good enough for us to read. You can try it. If I can't read it, I can reject it. On Eric Trevino, the last time we had court with him, Lisa, you told us he was in Bexar County Jail. I did check Bexar County, and it looks like he's still there. I think that's the same one.
Okay.
So that's something that you and the DA need to check into and get him bench warranted if that's where he's at. But that's what I had in my notes from the last time, and then I looked the other day, and it shows that maybe he's still there.
Okay.
So we are going forward with your plea with Palafos then.
Right. I have a plea ready on Palafos, and then I have a question to address the judge on a client from last week.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have Zachary Sutton, and he's on Zoom today. He was on the docket last Wednesday, and that case number is 20-08-00202. He's always appeared for court, and I was sending text messages and information to an expired phone number. So he did not get the information from me about court.
All right, and Ms. White, have you spoken to the state?
They said I would have to address it with you.
Okay, I mean, I don't give them a veto, but Mr. Sutton is not a problem child where if they're happy just to withdraw it, I'm gonna say no, do something else. So if they're not opposed, just get me an order that withdraws the NISI. If they are opposed, then I'll have a hearing on it.
Okay.
At least
The
that
warrant
form,
recall
it's on the
form is on our
coordinator's
website.
website.
Okay, so then I need to confer with Mr. Leday on that.
Your Honor, may I clarify on Ms. Palafos?
Yes.
Is Ms. Voigt or Mr. Rodriguez the attorney?
Yes.
He is going to go with Voight, and we are doing the plea today.
Okay, we still need to go meet with her at the jail.
Good morning, Judge Wilson.
Yes.
Will Richard Garcia still be needed for court?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay.
Okay, Richard Garcia, who,
He's
Is he on the dock?
He's here at Geo.
okay. All right, ma'am, I kind of just work here on some things. I don't know why he's on the docket. I don't know if there's anything that the judge needs to adjudicate. Who is his attorney? Do we know anyone?
Do you know? He says he doesn't have an attorney, sir. He said he
I don't
talked to
think I
you.
had him on the docket today.
Richard Garcia is needed in county court.
Ah, well, that explains it.
That explains it. Okay.
Okay. So do we need Geo for anything else?
Dwayne Black is there. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to hold on with Mr. Brock, Mr. Garcia, or sounds like it needs to be in a different court.
Okay, no problem. We'll get that taken care of. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Your Honor, I have an update on Ricky Rivera if the court's ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Rivera informed me that he just received the plea paperwork on Friday. The TDCJ required that I snail mail him the plea paperwork, and I was informed about 10 days ago by the mail staff that they had opened my mail to him because it looked suspicious and that they would be forwarding it to him. So I thought that it would be done by now, but if he put it in the mail on Friday, there's no way it's in Floresville right now. He said he did it after the mail came on Friday too. But because he's in TDCJ, I didn't want the state to need to bench warrant him or anything like that, which is why I was trying to put him on this docket. But if the court has, I know the court's doing limited Zoom dockets in the future, if we can put him on one of those.
Just set him on one of those.
Okay, I will call Jennifer once the paperwork actually comes in so that we know we have it and it's all filled out correctly. And then I'll get you a new order for TDCJ to have him appear by Zoom.
Okay, I appreciate it. And TDCJ, I know that the folks we talk to aren't the ones who make these policies. I appreciate you being online, and you are excused. Have a good day.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Mr. Leday, I just wanted to confirm you met with Ms. Voigt.
I have not. I met with Mr. Hayek and with Ms. Starling.
Okay, she's in breakout room 11, if you could join that.
And actually, Mark, all we needed to know is she had a client that didn't show up last week who she said he had a change in phone numbers. He's here today. She wanted to know if you had any objection to.
Judge, we can burn on. Obviously, my concern was the nature of the crime, but I was able to catch part of that conversation. I don't think he's had any problems showing up. I don't have any opposition to reinstating bond then.
Okay, all right. Well, then I saw Miss Poppy, if you can just get her out of the breakout room and if somebody will prepare that form, I'll sign it.
Okay, I'm closing all the rooms.
Miss Poppy, I'm sorry I was running late. I need Miss Whitney or Mr. Lede as soon as you can. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jennifer Loreda's going to take that one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and y'all let me know when you have something for me to work on. I'm gonna go and look at my email. I'm gonna look at the judge's docket or queue.
Your Honor, I'm ready on my plea anytime the state is and if the client's over from jail.
I do not have any of that paperwork.
We're ready on Palafos, Judge, whenever you get the paperwork.
Okay, who has the paperwork?
The district clerk should have it, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I've gotten up to go scan that to myself. She brought it in, and so I'm getting ready to send you Palafos right now for her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Wilson, on Miss Sonia Martinez, which is the one that TRLA did the interview on, it shows she is eligible. Did you already appoint that to somebody, like verbally, before you did the paperwork?
No, the last time I checked, there was nothing there. I will check right now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Judge, if I'm not mistaken, I think you assigned TRLA to that. If Eddie wasn't the attorney of record.
Okay, Judge, you should have Dorothy Palafos, Penny Gonzalez, stuff for Sean Spalding's sentencing. Jose Morales, Dwayne Black.
All right. I should have them how?
I emailed all of those to you.
All right, they're starting to come in.
And then Jennifer, on Chad Spence, still waiting. Ed needs to go ahead and post in chat. Ed, are you there? Can you hear me? You need to post your dates in chat, but he has submitted waiver of arraignments. I forwarded him onto the queue for Chad Spence for the 5-5, 5-12, and 6-28. Those came through the queue.
Yeah, I'll post those in chat, and at some point after Mr. Leday's plea, I'd like to break out with him.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I did appoint TRLA.
Miss Starling, let me know if you need a breakout room with the jail on that one.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna see if me or Sean's gonna do it, since I'm doing plea paperwork for Mr. Black, on that
Okay.
crimes case.
Just let me know.
All right, calling State versus Dorothy Palafos. Any announcement?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kelly, Deputy Kelly, if we could get Ms. Palafos into there, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I'm calling right now.
Ooh, well, and hopefully the sound will be better when she makes it.
They're bringing her up as we speak, Your Honor.
All right, that's not going to work. I'm gonna ask if you could log off and log back on, because we're just getting that very electronic sound and can only understand about half of what you're saying.
Okay.
Oh, and that sounded better. Try it again. All right, if y'all will let me know whenever she's in there and they have a.
How do you copy me now, Your Honor?
Much better.
Okay.
All right, if we can get Ms. Palafos there, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. They're bringing her now. I already let them know.
I spoke too soon.
Kelly, do you have your radio with you? Is your radio on?
Yes, ma'am, it is. I called him on the radio and on the cell phone.
I'm wondering if your radio is causing the issue.
Okay.
Or are you logged in on your phone?
Paperwork.
No, ma'am.
I'm just making sure you saw that because he said this is what he, last time he was in court, this is what he needed.
Got my radio off. It should, no, it's off now. Maybe it's my
What did he
Wi-Fi
file
connection.
a lawsuit with the?
Yeah, sometimes other electronics will
When I
cause
checked our
the
system, AG's office has
issues.
not filed whatever he went and applied for. They have not filed anything yet. So technically, we don't have 2 cases open in our court yet. Do you need the line on?
No. And we have multiple copies of this.
It looks like it.
Okay, Your Honor, she's here. You're welcome. I'm gonna make sure that-
All right, I'm back. All right, Ms. Palafos?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, can you just say something? Because we're trying to see if your audio is good enough. It keeps going in and out. Did you state your name? All right. Okay. That's not going to work.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Well,
For the Elaine Palafos.
okay. Okay. That's not going to work if we can't get that.
We unmuted.
Okay, but I muted you about 10 seconds before we heard the, you come back saying that what your name is and that you're here. So we're not going to be able to get a record made. So any idea with at the jail, are we having internet trouble just with the county this morning, or?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I think we might be having a connection issue. Like, this is usually the laptop that.
Okay. Yeah, but that's not going to work. So if we can either, I mean, what's, okay. If we have to, we may have to bring the prisoners over here and have court here. I'll have to go dig out a mask, but this isn't going to work. So we need to either get a connection that works, or I guess bring them over here. And if nothing else, we could put them in the one of the Zoom rooms here at the jail. I mean, at the courthouse.
Let me see about getting a better computer first. You want me to do that?
Certainly.
Because the one okay, give me.
Yeah, you're breaking up again. Okay, anything else ready to go?
Is Mr. Cabañas ready?
I'm ready, Judge. I just got the PSI on Ms. Gonzalez and we're ready.
Okay, let me download those documents.
Mr. Shaughnessy, did I put you in with the DA's office already?
No, you didn't, but I'm stand by for that.
And I believe Mark should put you in with Lorena, is that correct?
I think it's Mr. Leday's matter, but you know.
That was for Adrian, Miss Poppy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you available, or are you doing this next plea?
I'm doing this next plea.
Okay.
I posted those dates for Mr. Spence, Jennifer.
Yes, sir, I saw that. Thank you.
Do you know if Victoria will come and get him? Because he's up on a bench warrant from Victoria. Do you know if they'll come and take him back to Victoria?
That's a question I cannot answer, sir. Someone else may be well equipped to answer that, but I'm not.
Okay, yeah. I'll keep digging for that information.
Okay,
does anyone else know his answer?
Where is Penny Gonzalez?
She's supposed to be in the probation office.
She's in the probation office.
Okay, and Ed, you can check with the bailiffs.
All right, y'all were stepping over each other. Where is Penny Gonzalez?
She's at probation. She's here on probation.
All right, we need to get her.
Okay, Judge.
I'm trying to work on it, Your Honor. I'm trying to get him down here.
That's still bad. Thanks.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to go talk to our head bailiff and see if they can do a transport on the people that are there that need to do a plea.
Thank you. All right, if you all let me know when Ms. Gonzalez gets there.
It looks like she's logging in, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, calling State versus Penny Gonzalez. Are both sides ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready, Judge.
Are you Penny Gonzalez, Penny Lupe Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
Is the Lupe short for anything?
Loopy.
Okay, my dad was Billy, not William. Ma'am, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to tell you that if that is not correct, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
I am diagnosed with deep depression and bipolar.
Right, ma'am. Have those issues kept you from being able to discuss this matter with your attorney?
No, sir.
Have you been able to understand what your attorney has told you about what your options are and what your rights are?
Yes, sir.
Have you been able to make him understand what it is that you wish to do in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, counsel, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you stand charged by indictment with the state jail felony offense of forgery of a financial instrument. Specifically, it's alleged that on or about April the 9th, 2019, here in Wilson County, that you, with the intent to defraud or harm another, passed to Sandra Perez a forged writing, knowing that such writing was forged and that it had been completed, so it appeared to be or purported to be the act of Eric James Maywald, the complainant, who did not authorize the act, and that such writing was a check on the complainant's account. That alleges a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
Yes, sir.
You understand, ma'am, that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you've agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonition to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. Let me ask, on paragraph 2.11, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And also where it says verification?
Yes, sir.
And on the certification of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment recommendations?
Yes, sir. Oh, there it is. Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you read these documents yourself, or did Mr. Cabañas read them to you?
I read them. He explained them to me.
Okay. Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the work that your attorney has done for you in this case?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Right. Counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights she's giving up, the stipulations of evidence she's making, and the consequences of her plea bargain?
I believe she does, Judge.
And do you also believe that you received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. I'll find that the Defendant made her waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will also accept the discovery compliance certificate. All right, ma'am. So I'll ask you, to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony of forgery, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
No contest.
All right. And you understand, ma'am, that a plea of no contest might be different than a plea of guilty if you were to get into a civil lawsuit, say with Mr. Maywald, over whether or not you did attempt to write a check on his account without permission. But that for all purposes inside this criminal case, a plea of no contest is the same as a plea of guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead no contest?
No, sir.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you an early release in your sentence?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll find that you made your plea voluntarily and you're not under compulsion in making it, and I'll accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, we offer states one and its attachments.
No objection, Judge, to states 1 and attachments.
All right, without objection, state's exhibit number 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at guilt and innocence?
Rest and close, Judge.
Defense, rest and close, Your Honor.
All right, give me an opportunity to look at the offense reports. Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for punishment?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, is there a pre-sentence investigation or a waiver of one?
There was a pre-sentence investigation conducted, Judge, but the state and I do have a plea agreement.
Okay, do I have a copy of that PSI?
I believe so, Judge. I think Ms. Martinez sent it to the court, to Mr. Leday and myself.
Yes, Judge, I emailed that to you about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, give me a chance to look at this. Okay, what is the plea bargain agreement in this case?
Your Honor, it's 2 years state jail, probated for 3 years of community supervision, a fine of $1,500, court costs of $290, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, 200 hours of community service at 16 hours per month, drug test fee of $50, education, drug, alcohol evaluation, follow all recommendations, monthly probation fee of $60, theft education program, and a police officer fee of $5.
All right, ma'am, did you hear what was read in the record by the state's attorney?
Yes, sir.
Is that your plea bargain agreement with the case, with the state?
Yes, sir.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Cabañas, have you had a chance to look at the pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, Your Honor, I did when Ms. Martinez emailed it to us.
And any objections or additions to it?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right. Let me ask you, ma'am, it says you're enrolled in Penn Foster. What is that?
Penn Foster to get my high school diploma online.
Okay. All right, anything else on either side?
Not from state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right, I will follow the plea bargain agreement in this case. I'll find there's enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt, and I will find her guilty of the state jail felony offense of forgery. And now my computer's locked up. Give me just a moment. All right, and I will sentence her to 2 years in a state jail facility, probated for 3 years, plus court cost, fine, and the community service hours that were ordered. So, ma'am, you have one minor child?
I have a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old. Yes.
Okay, so you have 2 dependents?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let me ask probation. Pre-sentence investigation says 2 dependents, so are we counting the person themselves as a dependent or not?
In this case, I did not count herself as a dependent. So 2 children.
All right. I don't care how we do that. I just want it to be consistent, because if it's not consistent, then I have to stop and ask unless it says 0. So I think that other probation officers have wanted to use the defendant as a number 1. So let me ask that you count the defendant also. Or if you all want to agree not to do it, I would prefer that, but as long as it's consistent, it doesn't really matter. All right. So, ma'am, are you able to work more than just whatever hours you're working for $400 a month as a babysitter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you understand that you're going to have to do that if you're going to be able to pay off your fees and fine and everything.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then. Anything else on either side?
Not from state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then. You understand, ma'am, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And, okay, the copy I have of the judgment has not been signed or gone over by the defendant. Do we have a copy that she's gone over?
I don't have a copy, Judge. I haven't been given a copy yet.
Okay, has this been reviewed with the defendant?
I went over her standard conditions with her, but if there was any special conditions, I haven't reviewed those with her.
Okay, all right. Well, I will sign the judgment whenever I get the judgment with her signature and the thumbprint.
Okay.
Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. That's all you have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I could use a breakout room with Mr. Leday now that he's finished with that plea.
Mr. Leday, are you doing the next one up or not?
I have Palafos, but I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm ready on Dwayne Black, but I think we're waiting on Miss Starling to get Karn's paperwork together on his other case. Okay.
The current paperwork is filled out and they've printed it at Geo for Mr. Black. I just want to make sure we have the dates calculated correctly, and then they're going to have to send it back to me or to the court.
Okay, let me ask Gio, do you have a Adobe Reader or anything that he could just sign that online so you don't have to print it out and then scan it back in? They don't, Judge. I tried that this morning. Okay. Well, it costs a lot of money. But they are real good on getting its signature and scanning it and sending it back. Okay.
Probably muted.
Yeah, but they're trying to get.
Okay, I just sent the plea package on Gonzalez to the clerk's office. All right, Ms. Kruger, I just sent you the order extending.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
The Murphy. Okay, so do we have anybody ready to go? I'm looking at, I have Jose Morales, Dwayne Black, Sean Spalding, the sentencing. Are we ready on that?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that is Mr. Leday's case. If the court would like, so Mr. Garrett isn't sitting here, we could do, I don't know if Mr. Black is available, and we could go ahead and do the Wilson County case belonging to Mr. Black.
Are they both new cases, both MTRs?
One is the Karnes County is a motion to revoke, Your Honor. The Wilson County is a new case.
Okay. All right, calling State versus Dwayne Charles Black. Are both sides ready?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
State is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, and I only have one monitor going. Is Mr. Black?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, are you Dwayne Charles Black?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Black, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and/or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
I believe that he is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, give me just a moment. All right, sir, you stand charged by indictment with two different offenses. In cause numbers 20-02-0040, count number 1, you stand charged with the state jail felony offense of forgery of a financial instrument. Count number 2, the state jail felony offense of fraudulent use or possession of identifying information. Specifically, it's alleged by the grand jury that on or about October 2nd, 2017, here in Wilson County, that in count 1, that you, with the intent to defraud or harm another, presented a writing that is purported to be a check alleged to have been made, completed, executed, or authenticated so that it purported to be the act of Mark Liebarger, who had not authorized that in the tenor of the following. And was there a copy of that check attached?
I don't believe there was, Your Honor. I can orally amend if there's no objection, Mr. Gear, and add the remainder that needs to be there.
Defense has no objection, Judge.
So, Your Honor, in the tenor would be check number 3638 in the amount of $128.35.
Okay, and I will allow that admission. How are we going to get that in the record? Typically, we would ask you just to go and make that change on the face of the indictment without obliterating anything that's there, and then date and initial the change. Is that going to work? And just get the hard copy file from the district clerk later today?
That's fine, Your Honor. I am here at the office, so I can, if the court is fine with that, I can come down to the courtroom and complete that, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't actually have the criminal files.
I understand. Then I can go to the clerk's office, Your Honor, and do that there.
Okay. All right. And in count number 2, it's alleged that with the intent to harm or defraud another and without the consent of Mark Liebarger, you possess fewer than 5 identifying information items of Mark Liebarger, to wit checks. Both of those allege state jail felonies, which are punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide that I will not follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you understand that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you've agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature, and I'm going to ask you, give me just a moment, if you signed them. Okay, they're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. And let me ask, is this your signature at paragraph 2.11?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where it says verification?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you swear or affirm that everything that appears above your signature at verification is true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you also sign on the certification of appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Agreed punishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read these documents yourself, or did Mr. Gere read them to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the work that Mr. Gere has done for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
I believe that he does, Your Honor.
And do you also believe you've received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
I believe that I have, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept the discovery compliance certificate, and I'll find that the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. And I will approve them. And I'll ask you, sir, to the offense alleged in count number 1, forgery of a financial instrument, state jail felony, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
No contest.
Okay. And count number 2, state jail felony of fraudulent possession of identifying information. What is your plea?
No contest.
All right. And you understand that a plea of no contest might be different than a plea of guilty if you were to get into a civil lawsuit. If, for instance, Mr. Liebarger was to sue you for writing checks on his account or having possession of some of his checks, it might make a difference in that civil case whether your plea today is guilty or no contest. But for all purposes inside this criminal case, a plea of no contest is the same as a plea of guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead no contest?
No, sir.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll find that you made your plea in this case voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it, and I'll accept it. And hold on just a moment. Yes, sir. Thanks. Okay. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
Defense is reviewed and has no objections, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides close and rest at this stage?
State rest and closes, Your Honor.
Defense rests and closes, Judge.
All right, and let me ask, what was the cause of the delay between the date of offense and the indictment?
My understanding, Your Honor, we just received this case. There was a delay in us receiving the case.
Okay.
I think we had sent it back for more information and there was a delay in getting that information.
Let me look at the report. All right, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready to proceed, Judge.
Is there a pre-sentence investigation in this case or a waiver of one?
There is not, Judge. We'll waive one.
All right, what is the plea bargain in this case?
And Your Honor, in regards to count 1, we're asking that the defendant be confined in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, a state jail facility for a term of 12 months, that he pay court costs in the amount of $290, a police officer fee of $5, and that he received credit for time already served, that being 221 days worth of credit. In regards to count 2, we're asking that the defendant be confined in a state jail facility for a term of 12 months, that he be given time for credit for time that he's already served, that being 221 days worth of credit.
Okay. All right, sir, did you hear what was read in the record by the state's attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your plea bargain agreement with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Judge, the defense would request that the court make a finding that Mr. Black be presumptively entitled to diligent participation credit in accordance with Article 42A.
Certainly. Okay, then I will make that finding. I will follow the plea bargain agreement between the defendant and the state. I'll find him guilty on both counts. And I will sentence him to 12 months confinement on each count, plus court cost. Let me ask, is there any reason why a sentence should not now be imposed?
Nothing from defense, Judge.
Okay. All right. It is the order, judgment, decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Wilson County and transported, or of Karnes County, either one, and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. Your sentence will commence today. You'll receive credit for all the time you have spent so far in custody on this case. And the sentences will run concurrently with each other. You understand, and any other sentences you may be under. You understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreements in these cases, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And let me ask, where do we stand on the Karnes County case?
I have the paperwork sent over here in front of me. It's been printed. I just waiting on Miss Sterling to go over it with me.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I'm trying to figure out the credit as well because there's about 100-day difference. And so I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that.
And is Geo in the process of getting thumbprints or?
They haven't come to me for any thumbprints or anything, sir.
All right. Well, I will hold on to the judgments for the time being.
Sir.
Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, sir, if that's all you have.
Yeah, that's all I have. I need to get over to Judge Ellison. If anything comes up, Ms. Whitney, feel free to get me on my cell.
Well, thank you, Robert.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Fletcher, you're back.
Judge, our inmates are here whenever you want to do Palafos and Jose Morales.
All right.
There's Mr. Fletcher.
Yes,
You're
all right,
muted.
Mr. Fletcher. All right, now I've spoken with the Ms. Kruger, and she says that on, and I see you've sent a long chat message too. She said that on reflection, you have not filed anything with the Attorney General's office?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I saw a proposed child support order that was for $20 a month. Is that all the child support you're going to be receiving?
Yes, sir. That's what we came to agreement on.
Okay, and were you planning to go back to the Attorney General's office, did I understand something, and have that changed?
No, sir.
Okay. All right then. So I don't think we got as far as well, and does your proposed divorce decree have a finding in it that says that you are not the father of, that it's been proven that you're not the father of the youngest child born to your wife?
Yes, sir. Those forms have been submitted to you. You should have them.
Not my question. It's not my question, sir.
Okay.
My question to you is, does your proposed divorce decree have a finding in it that says that you are not the father of that child?
No, not in writing. I was not aware that since the child has already been dismissed as being my biological
Mr.
child.
Fletcher,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Fletcher, the child, you haven't even made the child a part of this divorce, much less had the child dismissed. Do you have something with a district judge's or an attorney general judge's signature at the bottom that says you're not the father of that child?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And has that been filed?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay, and where is it?
It is under the affidavit in which you asked for the state of Texas acknowledgement of paternity.
Okay, and where's the judge's signature on there?
The officer I was dealing with, signature should be on this paper, sir. Because I did get with their office and they said all documentations have been submitted.
All right, what do you mean the officer you're dealing with?
The Attorney General's office, in which I was dealing with Leticia Cantu, which is the representative for Bexar County, and her signature is on documents numbered 179898, and at the very bottom it has mine as well as her signatures. And the date was.
Where does that
April
appear
1st.
in the court's file here?
Excuse me, what was that, sir?
Where does that appear in the court's file?
I do not know because it was submitted to the county clerk's office after we had spoken on in February.
All right, sir, because you're telling me that you were dealing with the Attorney General's office in Bexar County?
Yes, and that was just the representative for the area in which to handle the AOP, sir.
Okay. Because the Regional Attorney General's office for this county, unless it's changed in the last few days, is in Jourdanton.
Okay.
So did they do something in some court case up in Bexar County?
No, sir. Whenever after our closing in February, I got with the Attorney General office as requested and let them know that I live in Lavernia, and they said that the regional representatives were Leticia Garcia and another lady. I said, okay, well, I'm in Wilson County, and they sent me to them. And so I dealt solely with Leticia Cantu and did all the paperwork pertaining to this case through her.
All right, Mr. Fletcher.
Yes, sir.
All the paperwork you've given me is evidence that I could use or another judge could use to find that the presumption that you're the father of all the children born during the marriage, but that's been rebutted, and to find that you're not the father of the youngest child.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
But your final decree of divorce does not have me doing that. Okay? And I don't have anything that shows where I can ignore that child because there's been another judge in Bexar County or somewhere else who's authorized to make that finding, who's made that finding. So if it's been finalized in Bexar County, that's great. We just need a certified copy of that order. We can just attach it. I can just handwrite a little note that says, there's some other kid, but that you've already been found not to be the father of that child. If that has not happened, then you need to produce a final decree of divorce that recites that there is another child, but then says that I'm making the finding that you're not the father of that child.
Okay, sir. I understand now. Yes, sir. Then I will go straight to the county clerk's office as of right now, and have that inserted into the final decree, and that way we can move on with proceedings.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let me ask the court reporter, do you need a break?
Yes, Your Honor, if you don't mind, if I can run to the restroom real quick.
Okay, let's come back at 10 afternoon. It's a little over 15 minutes, and we'll start up at 10 afternoon.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Poppy.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is your contact at GEO? Who do I need to send the thumbprint page to?
Esmeralda de los Santos, I believe. One second.
Okay, can you email me her
Yes,
contact info? And I'll see what we need to do so I can get this thumbprint taken care of.
Hey, good morning. Jennifer, can I get a breakout room with Kathy and Lorena?
Yes, everyone's on break, so I'm not sure if they're hearing us right now.
Okay.
Jennifer, you can send Miss Walters to me. This is Mark.
I don't want to talk to him. I'm kidding. That would be fine. Thank you.
You get what you get.
May I also be added to that breakout room, please? It's Jenny Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I get left out of that breakout room?
Excuse me, ma'am?
I think I got left out of the breakout room with Minu and Janisha and Mark.
Okay, okay, I was confused.
Yeah, sorry. I know that we're trying to have a party.
Is the Wilson County Jail on, or did they lose connection? Cindy, do you know if they were going to be bringing Sonia Martinez? She was in a plea, but we do have an attorney wanting a breakout room.
Okay, I did not have her set to bring over here. We can get her brought over here after we do the pleas.
Mr. King Dawes, are you hearing the conversation?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
So the jail lost connectivity, and so they're having to transport those who are pleas today. And they did not have her set to be transported over.
Okay. We just got the case, so that's fine. I can confer with, I believe Lorena might be handling this.
Do you want to break out room with her?
Yes, if she's available.
Okay, and Jennifer, thank you for sending that email address to me. Mr. Black, I did email over there to Ms. De Los Santos your thumbprint pages, so they should be coming to ask you for those in a little bit.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and the connection might be good enough to confer over. It was not good enough without going back and back to take a plea over.
Ms. Whitney, are you available to confer with Mr. King Dawes?
And do I have the Palafos judgment?
I had sent everything, I believe, on Palafos. What are you missing?
I don't know that I have the judgment. I'm looking.
No, I brought my lunch.
Cindy, do you need anything? I'm gonna eat it for you. I forgot why.
I brought lunch. Judge, it was sent with her plea packet. It was an email that I sent to you at 10:50 is the time that it came through.
Okay.
Has her plea packet and the judgment. Do you want me to drop it into
No,
chat?
that's
for you?
okay. Let me just see if it'll. All right, no, here it is. But again, this has not been gone over, so I need the one where she's gone over with probation.
I believe Andrew is going over with her right now. He was at the jail getting ready to go everything with her when she got transported.
Okay.
And so he chased her back over here and is, I think, doing that.
All right.
As soon as I have the thumbprint signature, I'll send that to you. lock this door just for a minute. I think they locked it loud. They did.
Okay, I have about 10 after. Are we ready on Palafos?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense is ready.
Okay. And is Ms. Palafos in the Zoom room?
We're moving her in front of the computer now, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, we don't have a prosecutor yet, so.
And Cindy, I e-filed that waiver of arraignment. For Oliver, and just see if you can read it.
Okay, let me look at it real quick.
So I didn't get her thumbprint. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do that.
Okay, let me know we're ready on that. I guess we're waiting on the prosecutor.
I'm here, Judge, if it's Palafos.
It is, if I can find it. Okay.
Okay, so we still need a signature
No, I need her
on
thumbprint.
thumbprint?
I can go get it right now.
Yes, we need to get that real quick.
All right, so where is Miss Palafos?
She is here. It looks like when Sean, Ed Shaughnessy used our computer, he shut it down. So we've got to relog back into that computer, Your Honor.
It'll be Monday all day long. Okay.
Well, why would Ed close it?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Flores also just handed me the PSI on Ms. Palafos. Do you want me to just bring you a hard copy of that to look at?
That's perfect.
All right, I'll be right there.
All right, let me wait for the PSI.
Here's a hard copy of that.
All right, thank you, sir. Oh, that's all right. Thanks. All right. Calling State versus Dorothy Elaine Palafos. Are both sides ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready.
All right. Are you Dorothy Elaine Palafos?
I am.
Okay. Is that your true and correct name?
It is, sir. I go by Martinez as well.
Okay. All right, Ms. Palafos, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you a United States citizen?
I am.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you, but if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No, sir.
Counsel, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you stand charged by indictment with the state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Specifically, it's alleged that on or about August 5th, 2018, here in Wilson County, that you intentionally or knowingly possessed a controlled substance, methamphetamine, in an amount of less than 1 gram. Again, that alleges a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea?
I understand.
Okay. You understand that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement in this case, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
I understand, Your Honor.
And I'm going to show you some documents that appear to have your signature.
Okay.
They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. Let me ask you on paragraph 2.11, is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And where it says verification?
That is also my signature, sir.
And do you swear or affirm that everything that appears above your signature verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also sign at the court's certification of right of appeal?
That is also my signature.
Agreed punishment recommendations?
Yes, that is mine as well.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes.
Discovery compliance certificate?
Oh, yes, I see my signature. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you read these documents yourself, or did Ms. Voigt read them to you?
We did both together, and I read them individually on my own.
Okay. And did you understand these documents before you signed them?
I did.
Okay. And are you satisfied with the work that Ms. Voigt has done for you?
I am.
Okay. Now, another law firm had filed a notice that they were appearing as your attorney last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my understanding that you had intended to hire that law firm, or perhaps actually did hire them, but that you've changed your mind and decided that you wish to proceed with Ms. Voigt and keep her.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights she's giving up, the stipulations of evidence she's making, and the consequences of her plea bargain?
She does, Your Honor.
And do you also believe that you've received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, I have.
All right. I will find that the defendant made her waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will also accept the discovery compliance certificate. And I'll ask you, ma'am, to the offense alleged in the indictment, state jail felony possession of a controlled substance, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty.
Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you for your plea?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
I'm sorry?
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll find that you made your plea in this case voluntarily and you're not under any compulsion in making it. I'll accept it and I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, we offer states one and its attachments.
No objections.
Without objection, state's exhibit number 1, its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest in close at guilt or innocence?
Rest in close.
State defense, rest in close.
Okay, I have previously reviewed the attachments while we were waiting. I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready.
Okay. And And I've been given a pre-sentence investigation. Have both sides had a chance to review that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have not had a chance to review that, Your Honor.
Okay, let me, well, I only have a hard copy. I tell you what, I have looked at this. Let me,
Do you need me to scan it and send it to Miss?
if you could, I would appreciate it.
Okay, I'll be right there to get it.
Taking it apart. And I'll give Ms. Voigt a chance to look at this, but I want to ask you, ma'am, what is your bachelor's degree in?
It is in applied science for nursing.
Have you ever worked as a nurse or a nurse's aide or in the medical field?
I worked as a nurse for over 10 years.
Okay. And what's the status of your nursing license right now?
I do not have my nursing license currently. I was hopeful that after I complete whatever the sentence is, probation, hopefully, that I could petition the board to obtain my license again.
And let me ask the state and the defense, has the defendant been appearing in court for a couple of years, or has there been a nice eye?
There were 2 nice eyes, Your Honor, and 1 off bond.
All right. And are there any other cases that the defendant is facing right now?
They've all been closed in the last couple of years.
Okay. And were there any felony probations or trips to safety or anything?
There haven't been judged.
Okay. And how old is your minor child?
I do not have any minor children in the home.
Okay, and I believe it said 2 dependents. Do you have another?
No, I have no children with me in the home. It's just myself and my spouse.
Okay. Yourself and what?
My spouse.
Your what?
My spouse.
Your spouse. Okay. All right. You said you don't have any minor children in the home. Do you have any children you have a duty to support?
No.
Ms. Voigt, I have emailed you the PSI.
And thank you.
And let us know if you need a breakout room to go over that with your client.
Yes, if you could go ahead and put me in a breakout room, that'd be great.
I mean, you should receive a little blue button at the bottom of the screen. That's an invitation, pardon me, to a breakout room. If you'll click on that when you get it.
Okay.
And then make sure you hit exit whenever or leave whenever you're finished. And I'm on another screen. If they come back, if you'd let me know it. Okay, they're back. Again, I was on another screen. All right, is Ms. Palafos back?
And Your Honor, we reviewed that together and we don't have any objections to it.
Okay. And today I have no access.
I'll close all the rooms, sir. She's still in the breakout room.
But I mean, as co-host, it's about 50-50. Some days if I'm co-host, I have access to the breakout room. Someday I don't. All right, we're back on the record in the Palafos case. Ms. Floyd, before your client returned, you were saying that you'd had a chance to review the PSI with her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections or additions to it?
No, it's accurate.
Okay. All right, what is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, it's 2 years confinement, state jail, probated for 3 years, a fine of $1,000, court costs of $290, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, 200 hours of community service, drug offender education programs, standard drug offender conditions, education, drug, and alcohol evaluation to follow all recommendations, monthly probation fee of $60, restitution of $180, police officer's fee of $5.
All right, ma'am. Is that your plea bargain with the state?
It is.
Okay. Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that is what I understand it to be.
All right. All right, give me just a moment. right, give me a moment. All right, anything else from either side?
Not for state judge.
From defense, Your Honor, my client was licensed as an LVN and it was suspended in 2016. It is something that she's looking towards obtaining again. We did discuss the options of deferred and regular probation. She chose regular probation because of the length of time offered by the state for her supervision. And I just would like her to be admonished if they're about, I've already forgotten the term now, the ability in the future to possibly revisit this with the court if she's successful with her probation and have clemency as a possibility out there.
Okay. All right, let me ask Ms. Palafos, and you're muted right now.
Okay.
Okay, and you understand the difference between that on deferred adjudication, I would find, as I already have, there's enough evidence to say you're guilty, but I would not do so. Instead, I would defer or put off a finding of guilt. And if you put you on deferred adjudication probation, and if you successfully complete that, the case against you will be dismissed. And you might even be able to get an order of non-disclosure to restrict how the state discloses the fact that you were arrested. I don't believe that would affect the nursing board, whatever its official name is, or licensing and regulation. Right now, you have an agreement to be placed on, be found guilty and be placed on probation. And same thing, that the case against you will wind up being dismissed if you successfully complete your probation. If you, in that case, and it's possible for you to request the judge and for the judge to turn a probation into something almost like a deferred adjudication. In that the case, most of the consequences of, I don't have it all at my fingertips, but most of the consequences of a felony conviction would be done away with. I don't know if that would satisfy the nursing board or not.
Okay.
the flip side of deferred adjudication probation is that if you are accused by the state of breaking the rules and you come back, then you could be arrested, brought back to court, and there would be a hearing on just whether you broke the rules. And if the answer to that turns out to be yes, then you could be found guilty and you could be sentenced to anything that's legal, which is 180 days to 2 years confinement and a fine up to $10,000.
Okay.
And did your attorney discuss with you that there are certainly no guarantees, but that it's possible to request on both deferred and on regular probation if you have done everything you're supposed to do and been a good probationer and not had violations, that it's possible to request to have that terminated early?
Yes.
Okay. And is it still your preference to not take whatever the state was offering for a term on deferred adjudication, but to simply go on straight probation?
Right. I would take the 3-year straight probation.
Okay. And what was the offer on the number of years for deferred?
5 years. I've also done 6 months, maybe 7 months in jail time on this. So I don't know if that was considered or not, but you know, that would be nice if it would be considered and part of it.
Well, it's only going to be considered if you get to where you're revoked or adjudicated and sentenced to TDC. And if that happens, then you'd be entitled to full credit for that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand.
If you got the minimum amount, it would already have been time served. Okay, so you're asking to, and you've had a chance to review, that's what I was doing. I mean, I'm not an expert on the regulatory law, but you've had a chance to review the difference in trying to get your nursing license restored between a deferred conviction and a probation?
I have, yes.
It looked pretty similar. Again, I'm not an expert. It looked pretty similar as long as you're not, your probation is not revoked.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else from either side?
Not from the state, Judge.
Nothing from defense.
All right, then I will find the defendant guilty of a state jail felony of possession of a controlled substance to sentence her to
I just need this one scanned to.
sentence her to 2 years confinement and a $1,000 fine with all the rest of the terms and conditions of the plea bargain agreement with the state, which includes probating the sentence for a period of 3 years. All right. You understand, ma'am, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement in this case, that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
I do understand.
Okay, I will find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and you have no right to appeal because it's a plea bargain.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. And do I have a...
I sent you the judgment that has her signature and thumbprint on it.
All right.
It came before, there's a couple of others also, the one on Penny Gonzalez and on Dwayne Black. You've got received stuff also.
All right, give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. All right, Ms. Ware, I'm sending the judgment. And I've already sent you the plea package.
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Okay, I just sent you both. All right. So what's next?
Jose Morales, and I am sending you his judgment that has thumbprints and signature on it. And I did send you the previous two. You should have everything you need on the previous two. On Mr. Black, I received thumbprints is all we needed on him since it's a state jail. Those came through. The copy that you're going to see doesn't look near as good as what I printed out. So I'll put the one I printed with it rather than the one I scanned to you.
Okay.
And Cindy, did Judge get the second judgment that was sent? I think it was a second one around 12:20 today.
On who?
On Mr. Black.
I've received two. Okay, and Morales is the next one?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, done with her?
Yes.
Okay. See Mr. Morales next?
Please.
Okay. Switch her for Morales.
Thank you.
And Cindy, I sent the corrected judgment directly to Judge Wilson. I did not send it to you because it's a Karnes County case.
Okay, then I don't have that one. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I'll work on that in a bit.
Can you see it? Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, calling State versus Jose Morales. Are both sides ready?
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Jose Morales?
Yes, sir.
Is that your true and correct name?
Jose Morales. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morales, can you speak, read, and write the English language?
Yes, I do, sir.
And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
All right, despite your representation that you are a United States citizen, I need to caution you that if that is not true, any plea of guilty by you or finding of guilt by me could result in your deportation or exclusion from this country and or a denial of naturalization benefits. Do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any history of mental health problems or mental illness?
No, sir.
All right, counsel, do you believe your client's competent to stand trial?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir, you stand charged by indictment with the state jail felony offense of possession of a controlled substance. Specifically, it's alleged that on or about March 4th, 2020, here in Wilson County, Texas, that you intentionally or knowingly possessed a controlled substance, methamphetamine, in an amount of less than 1 gram. Alleges, as I said, a state jail felony, which is punishable by confinement for not less than 180 days and not more than 2 years, and by a fine not to exceed $10,000. So do you understand what you're charged with and what the range of punishment is?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me? I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
I understand, sir.
And if I do follow the plea bargain agreement in this case, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you've agreed to, do you understand that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
I understand, sir.
Okay. All right, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Admonitions to the Defendant for Plea to the Court. Let me ask at paragraph 2.11, is that your signature?
Yes, it is, sir.
And again, where it says verification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm that everything that appears above your signature at verification is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you also sign on the certificate of appeal?
Yes, sir.
Agreed punishment recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Waiver of preservation of evidence?
Yes, sir.
And the discovery compliance certificate?
Yes, sir.
Did you read these documents yourself, or did your attorney, Ms. Starling, read them to you?
I read them, sir.
Okay. Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are you satisfied with the work your attorney has done for you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Counsel, do you believe that your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain?
I do.
And do you also believe that you've received all the discovery you're entitled to in a timely manner?
Yes, I do.
I will accept the discovery compliance certificate, and I'll find that the defendant made his waivers of right and stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. And I will accept and approve them. And I'll ask you, sir, to the offense alleged in the indictment. State jail felony possession of a controlled substance. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty, sir.
I'm sorry?
I plead guilty, sir.
Okay. All right. Has anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain agreement with the state to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anybody harmed or threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to enter this plea?
No, sir, they did not.
Has anyone promised you an early release from your sentence?
No, sir.
All right, I'll find that you made your plea in this case voluntarily and you're not under compulsion in making it, and I will accept it. And I'll ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the defendant's guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objections.
All right, without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Did both sides rest and close at guilt and innocence?
State rest and closes, Your Honor.
Defense rest and close.
All right, give me just a minute. All right, does anybody have any idea why sometimes Acrobat will just create a piece of a document that you are simply unable to put anything on because it disappears?
No, Your Honor.
That just happens to me. Okay. Give me just a moment. Okay, well, that cured it. I just posted it to printed it to a PDF and opened up that PDF, and now I can view it. So let me go look at or I can sign it without my signature disappearing. Okay, I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the defendant's guilt. Are both sides ready for sentencing?
State is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, what is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, at this time, we are asking that the defendant be confined in a state jail facility for a term of 2 years, but that confinement be suspended, that he be placed on probation for a period of 3 years, that he pay a fine of $750, court cost in the amount of $290, Crime Stoppers fee of $50, 200 hours, that he perform 200 hours of community service, that he attend a drug offender education program, that he follow all the standard drug offender conditions, that he pay a drug test fee of $50, that he undergo a drug and alcohol evaluation, that he pay a monthly probation fee of $60, restitution in the amount of $60, a police officer fee of $5, and a time payment fee of $15.
Right, sir. Did you hear what was read in the record by the state's attorney?
Yes, sir.
Is that your plea bargain agreement with the state?
Yes, it is, sir.
Right. Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just wanted to inform the court and probation that when we were filling out this paperwork on Friday, the jail had told him that he had a hold in Bexar County. And so he knows that once he gets out of Bexar County, he needs to immediately report, but there might be a delay in reporting due to that.
All right. And do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give me a moment. Okay. I saved it to PDF or printed it to a PDF. And I was able to put my signature on there without it disappearing. However, I am unable to save it with my signatures on there. So let me close out Acrobat.
Your Honor, after you sign it, can you reprint it to a PDF?
I'll try that. That's a good idea, but I think you have to save it before you can print it. You used to have to do that. Maybe they're not, that may not be an issue any longer. Okay, I shut Acrobat off and put it back on, and now it's letting me save it. Okay, that worked. Right, and I'm sorry, I have the Morales judgment with no signatures or thumbprints. I have, and you said that that's been sent, the new one, the one with the signatures?
Yes, sir.
All right, here it is. All right, I'm posting the Morales judgment and plea package to Ms. Sawyer. Who's next?
Dwayne Black, the Karnes County MTR is ready.
Okay, and who sent me the Karnes plea package?
Your Honor, I sent the judgment. I have not seen the plea packet.
I asked Gio to send it to Cindy because it would get caught up in my firewall.
Okay, let me look at my email.
I'm sorry, Cindy. I thought you said Mr. Black was ready, but you might have been referring to the earlier pleas that he did.
I think that's not actually a Wilson County case, but she's a very helpful lady, so I'm sure she'll.
Okay, Your Honor, I just sent that to you. I forwarded the email that I received from Gio that has that plea packet in it as an attachment. It does say thumbprints, but it is actually his Carnes plea packet. I didn't realize that they were sending that to me.
Okay. All right, now I got to go to Carnes and save this. All right, calling Carnes County motion to revoke or adjudicate state versus Dwayne Charles Black. Are both sides ready?
State is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you Dwayne Charles Black?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same James Charles Black who on or about August the 28th, 2018 was placed on 3 years deferred adjudication for the state jail felony offense of forgery?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You understand that on that day, the judge found there was enough evidence to say you were guilty, but did not do so, and instead placed you on deferred adjudication probation. And if you successfully complete that, the case against you will be dismissed, but the state has alleged that you have violated the terms of your deferred adjudication probation, specifically that you failed to report your probation officer in November of 2018 and in April through December of 2019 and in January through November of 2020. So do you understand what it is that the state's alleging that you did wrong?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the plea bargain agreement you have with the state is not binding on me. I do not have to follow it, but if I decide not to follow it, I will allow you to withdraw your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand that if I do follow the plea bargain agreement in this case, and the sentence I impose is not harder on you than what you have agreed to, that you will not be able to appeal this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I want to show you some documents that appear to have your signature. They're titled Written Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony, Motion to Revoke or Adjudicate. And let me ask on page 3, is this your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you swear or affirm that everything that is above your signature is true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you also sign where it says plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 2 of the written waiver of motion to file a motion of time to file a motion for new trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
And on the court certification of appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read these documents yourself, or did your attorney read them to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand these documents before you signed them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are you satisfied with the work that Ms. Starling has done for you?
Yes, sir, very much so.
All right, counsel, do you believe your client understands the nature of the rights he's giving up, the stipulations of evidence he's making, and the consequences of his plea bargain? Uh-oh. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll find that the defendant made his waivers of right and his stipulations of evidence knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I'll ask you, sir, to the allegation that you violated rule number 11 of your deferred adjudication probation by failing to report your probation officer as directed. Is that true or not true?
True, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your plea of true and ask what evidence the state has to substantiate the violation.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objections.
All right. Without objection, State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments are admitted into evidence. Do both sides rest and close at this point?
State rest and closes, Your Honor.
Defense rest and close.
All right. I'll find there is enough evidence to substantiate the violation, and I'll also find that a change needs to be made in the disposition of this case. Are both sides ready for that hearing?
State is ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense is ready.
Okay, what is the plea bargain in this case?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking that the defendant's probation be revoked, that he be adjudicated, that he be confined in a state jail facility for a term of 12 months, that he pay court costs in the amount of $310, that he receive credit for time that he has already served, that being 213 days worth of credit.
All right, so you heard what was read in the record by the state's attorney. Is that your agreement with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did the state's attorney add anything or leave anything out?
No, sir.
All right. And anything else from either side?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I believe the judgment says it, but will you also make a finding that he is eligible for the diligent participation credit under Chapter 42A?
I will. And does the judgment reflect that?
I believe it does. I said yes.
Okay.
Am I wrong, Lorena?
I don't have the judgment up. So if you're looking at the judgment, let me see.
While you're looking at that, let me ask, is there also a waiver of a pre-sentence investigation?
We are waiving the pre-sentence investigation, Your Honor.
Okay, I will find I have enough evidence before me to make a decision in this matter without a pre-sentence investigation. Follow the plea bargain agreement. We'll find the defendant guilty of a state jail felony, possession of a controlled substance, and sentence him to 1 year's confinement.
And Your Honor, the judgment is the normal judgment that we always use. So I do not know if it's in the judgment or not, or if it's just something that needs to be put on the record by the defense attorney. We can't change the judgments because that's what the state wants us to send them. So just kind of glancing at it, I didn't see that in there. I see that information about the time credit definitely being part of it, affecting his sentence, but nothing about his diligent classes or whatever he may be taking at state jail.
Okay, and let me ask. Let's see, the word diligent.
What I was
Okay,
looking
yeah,
at,
it's on
Your
the
Honor, was
first
the bottom
page.
of page 1.
Yeah.
Is it on page 1? Okay.
I just went and searched, and yes, on bottom of page 1, yes.
Okay.
I'm not even sure what you'd have to do for me to Put no on that. Okay. All right then. So is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
All right. It is the order, judgment, and decree that you be taken of the court, that you be taken by the sheriff of Karnes County and transported to the authorized receiving agent of the Department of Criminal Justice. Your sentence will commence today. It will run concurrently with any other sentence you may be under. And you will receive credit for all the time you have spent so far in jail on these charges, that being 221 days. All right. You understand, sir, that because I have followed the plea bargain agreement that you have waived the right to appeal and you may not appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will find that you made your post-trial waivers knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I will approve them. And I will certify to the Court of Appeals that you have waived the right to appeal and do not have the right to appeal. Wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let me make sure I've got everything here. And is anyone online from the Karnes County?
Yes, Judge, we are.
Okay, excellent. Get back to Zoom.
Can I ask real quick, are we finished with Jose Morales? I see he's still sitting there. Should I have him taken back now?
Yes, I believe we're finished.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I be excused now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, boss.
Your Honor, this is Zachary Sutton. May I have a breakout room with Lisa Boyd, please?
All right, I'm
I can do that, sir.
sure she's still here.
I don't see her on any longer.
We do need her back though, because she has some dates she needs to give us on clients.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I was asked to come in. I was trying to keep in contact with her, but she was texting the wrong phone number about the court date on April 30th, or sorry, 21st.
Yes, sir. No, there's an agreement that your bond is going to be reinstated. I just need to have somebody get the papers to me.
Thank you. Thank you. May I be excused, please?
Yes, sir. Now, does Ms. Voigt have your current number?
Yes, sir. We made sure that she has the current number.
All right. Yes, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Judge Wilson, can Carnes be excused?
Yeah, give me just a moment. I sent the plea package to you, and I'm still trying to get the bugs worked out of the judgment.
Okay, I received the plea packet. I just messaged Kathy about the judgment. Okay, I'll wait, Judge.
All right, I just posted the Black judgment to Carnes. Let me get them done for Wilson. All right, Ms. Saunders, on Black, did I sent you the, or did I send you the plea package earlier?
No, sir, I haven't received anything on Black.
Okay, let me get you everything.
Judge, I also received that judgment
Thank you.
on Black.
Okay, I just sent you all three of those. All right, what's next?
Your Honor, I had a motion on Christopher Perez, and then I wanted to follow up on a previous speedy trial hearing that was had. I don't know if the court's ready for that.
Yeah, yes, if the state is.
It's ready, Judge.
Okay, I will send you all the motions for speedy trial and evidence and stuff. Let me do that real quick.
You can go to lunch. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and on Penny Gonzalez, did we get?
Okay, I sent everything on Christopher Pettis. Yes, sir, I sent you a new judgment on her. It should say.
Okay, that's at 12:38.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it has today's date, has my name and not Judge Allison. And we have the thumbprint on her.
That
All right.
second judgment I sent you did have it, didn't
Did
it?
have it? Okay, let me check. Nope.
Okay, let me go back in.
I can just, I mean, I'll send it over without if you can match it up.
I can match it because I have hers right here in front of me.
Okay. And did I send you the plea papers?
Yes, sir, I have them.
Okay. All right. In what case, Ms. Starling?
This is going to be Christopher Pettis.
And what day did I hear that?
I know it was the same day I was appointed because Sean Hendrickson did that hearing. This is about the inmate that had the blue warrant, and he's been in custody for almost 3 years now.
Okay. All right. I have notes. I wanted to look at that. If you'll tell me what day it is, I can go back and review my notes. And I've got to leave here before terribly long today because I have to be in San Antonio. But
And are we still doing the sentencing on Spalding?
yes, I'm just trying to know what day I need to go back and look at Christopher Perez.
Sorry.
I'm looking it up too, sir. 1 second.
I believe it's 324.
324?
And then I have it as an addition for 421.
That sounds better. I was going to say, man, I didn't think it was that long. Okay, I think it was 421. I'll go back and. All right, so I will get that done. And are we ready on Sean Spalding? Do we need him from the jail?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Let me look at the pre-sentence investigation.
Spalding is not in custody.
He's at probation. Probation, can you confirm that?
Yes, he is here, Your Honor.
Okay.
If we can get him in front of a camera.
And Judge, on Spalding, I may have to call one witness. We have some updated information that might not be in the PSI.
Okay, I see I disappear when I lean forward. All right. And is Mr. Keendaw's aware of that?
Just found out about a judge. It'll be Gene Davis from probation regarding a UA.
Okay.
Let me get him. Just 1 second.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that. He was tested today.
I'm not sure when the test was, but he had well, you'll find out. It's what you imagine.
Okay, are we ready to go?
State's ready, Judge.
All right, and do you and
Answer's ready.
Mr. Gonzalez need to confer in a breakout room about whatever new evidence the state has?
I can, Judge.
If y'all need to.
Yes, that'll be fine with me, Your Honor.
I'm going to continue looking at the pre-sentence investigation. Okay, you're back?
We never went, Judge.
Oh, okay. All right, Ms. Poppy?
I'm sorry, sir. You need a breakout room for who?
Mark and I.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is Sean Gonzalez. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna need to make a call. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Let's call it 43 after. has it ever done the thing before on Zoom that it's doing today where I turn on the camera and the background is there and then I appear as if I'm being sent there by a transporter?
Anytime
I don't remember ever seeing that before. Okay.
It depends on if you move a bunch. If you move, then sometimes you kind of disappear.
Sure, but that's always happened. But if this today, whenever I had the video stopped and then I started, I don't remember ever doing that. Every day there's something new with
the Twilight Zone.
Zoom.
I think it looks better that way, Judge.
Okay.
Makes you look more
Let's do this.
powerful.
Now we need to see if we can have me disappear before the background. Okay, where do we stand on?
I'm back.
Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I had asked for a pre-sentence investigation report, I think, and I ask, has the defense had a chance to look it over?
Yes.
Any additions or objections to it?
No, Your Honor.
And let me ask, I don't know that I received an answer in here. Was Mr. Spalding ever charged with anything having to do with the trailer?
Yes. There is a pending charge in county court for the theft of property. There's no court date set. And I spoke directly with the clerk. He did fill out an application for court-appointed attorney, but there's no court date yet. So it's still pending.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to briefly call Gene Davis to the stand.
Okay, and was she previously sworn? I don't believe so.
I believe she testified regarding the, but I'm not sure, Judge.
Okay, better safe than sorry. Ms. Davis, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And your name is?
Gene Davis.
Go ahead, Mr. Leday.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Davis, you work with Wilson County Probation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you wrote the pre-sentence investigation in this case regarding Mr. Spalding.
Yes, sir.
As a part of your duties, did you ever perform any urinary analysis or drug testing on Mr. Spalding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when was that?
I did one on the day that he reported for his interview, and I also conducted a UA today.
Okay. And what were the results of those two drug tests?
The drug test from March the 3rd was confirmed positive for marijuana by the lab. And the results from today is pending. I'm going to send it to the lab, but it also appears to be positive for marijuana.
Okay. And this is the test you normally perform in your office?
Yes, it's an on-site urinalysis.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Keendos?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. So the test, is it the ones with the stripes where there's a different color? What can you describe the test that you administered?
It's an on-site urinalysis with a cup, and the cup has when you urinate into the cup, it will determine if you are positive through for many substances. It also determines a temperature and a pH balance.
Okay, so when you say the test for marijuana, does it test for THC, or how do you know it's marijuana? In other words, is there a change in color, or what is it?
as you indicated, there are lines there. And according to the test, it tests for THC.
Okay, so the lines, is it that the lines are different colors? Is that what it is?
No, they just appear or they don't appear. So for example, if you are not positive for something, the line would appear. If you are, I'm sorry, if you're positive for something, the line would not appear.
Okay.
If you are not positive, then the lines all will appear.
Okay, just to clarify, so if you are positive, the line will appear or will not appear?
If you are positive, the line will not appear.
Okay. So in this case, there were no lines?
In this case, on the marijuana section or the THC section, there is no line.
Okay. So, okay, now with this test, you can't determine, are you able to determine the level of THC?
With this test, no. That's why we send it to the lab.
Okay, and you have no idea how the THC got into his body, is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, pass the witness.
No,
All right, anything else from the state?
no, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, argument?
Judge, our argument is that Mr. Spalding should be incarcerated. This would be his fourth felony in addition to several misdemeanors. He has gone to prison before. He's availed himself of deferred probation, and then finally prison, and none of it has seemed to have taken an effect. And of course, obviously from that evidence we have the gate, even when he is throwing himself for yet another bite at the apple on the court, he's showing up at his PSI and also at his sentencing, testing positive for marijuana. We don't believe he's a good candidate for probation. And at some point, if he's not going to reform himself, then it comes down to, quite frankly, punishment. And therefore, we think he should be incarcerated for this is his fourth felony conviction.
Sorry, Judge, I was letting somebody in and I hit mute because it disappeared.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor, he testified before at the first dates for sentencing that he has children that he has to support. He is married to Miss Cruz, and that's who he'll be working for to earn money to, of course, support his kids. Miss Davis has indicated that he has tested for the presence of THC. We don't, first of all, there's no lab analysis. Obviously the state has not produced any kind of lab test as evidence. However, in other words, there's no way for any of us to know how the THC got into the system. It could very well be, CBD oil or anything like that. So I would ask that the court not hold it against him. He is really trying to turn around his life, as the PSI indicates. The theft of property is still pending. And I think he testified that he actually did borrow the trailer. And, he really wants to get out there to support his family like he has been. And at the hearing before this one, that on April 5th, he had his son was injured and was at a hospital, and he's a dutiful father, so he had to be there for him. And I think this indicates and shows to the court that he is a caring, empathetic dad, and he wants to continue to do that for his children. So again, and yes, Ms. Davis indicated that he tested positive before in March, but again, we don't know how it got there. And I don't think it should be used against him. So on that basis, Your Honor, I would argue that he is a good candidate for probation despite what happened in the past. I mean, everybody can change, and he certainly has. He has come to every court proceeding, and he is motivated to making this work. And one of the issues, as you know, with probationers on how well they're doing is a support system. I didn't have the wife come and testify, but he did testify that he's going to be working with her. So on that basis, Your Honor, I say give him a chance. Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask for a clarification. Is this a straight open plea, or was there a cap?
No cap, Your Honor, straight open plea.
And did the state make is the state making any requests for a particular time period?
Judge, we would ask that he serve 5 years.
And Your Honor,
Yes. Go ahead.
and in the alternative, if the judge does not think he warrants probation, I would ask for two years.
All right, I've listened to the evidence last time and this time carefully. I was hoping for something that would give me a good indication that Mr. Spalding would be an appropriate candidate for probation, and he has not done so. So at this time, I will find him guilty, if I have not already, of the third-degree felony offense of possession of a possession of a firearm by a felon, and sentence him to confinement in the TDC for 36 months plus court costs. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be imposed?
No, Your Honor.
It is the order, judgment, decree of the court that you be taken by the sheriff of Wilson County and transported to the authorized receiving agent in the Department of Criminal Justice. Your sentence will commence today. You'll receive credit for all the time you have spent so far in custody on this case. And it will run concurrently with any other case that you may be under. I'm also imposing court costs, but not any fine. And finally, I'm going to ask, because something happened, if you will recall, on the paperwork in this case, where it was all jumbled up, and it also came over to me with the boxes checked saying that this is a plea bargain and the defendant had waived his right to appeal. I'm going to ask the state to generate just another, or you can probably just cut and paste your original one, certification of the defendant's right of appeal, and the certification will be that at least as to a punishment that you have the right to appeal because there was no plea bargain. And I will let you know. I'm sorry, Mr. Leday.
Go ahead, Judge. I thought you'd finished.
Okay, and I'll let you know, sir, that you have certain deadlines you would have to meet if you wish to appeal this matter. I will appoint Mr. Keendaws to represent you just through the process of informing you what those deadlines are, what you need to do if you want to appeal, and to make sure that you have an attorney appointed to represent you in the appeal. He may also need to file a notice of appeal if that's what you want to do. And that concludes this matter. And if y'all will get the judgment to me when that's available and has a thumbprint, I'd appreciate that.
And Judge, on the certification of appeal, you just want me to send that to Mr. Keendaws or to you?
Just to me. I'll just sign it separately and add that to the rest of the package, just because it's confusing looking.
Okay. And Sean, does he have any credit anywhere besides Wilson?
No.
All right, I'll work on that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Judge.
Okay, all right. Is anyone else waiting on me to get papers back to them, or other than the Christopher Perez?
I found the actual date on Christopher Perez.
Yes, ma'am. What was that?
So it was March 2nd was when that was heard. You might have already ruled on it, and I just might not be aware. But the hearing on the motion for speedy trial was on March 2nd.
And Judge, my memory is that you had ruled on it on Sean Henderson's speedy trial motion.
That is my understanding as well, Your Honor.
Okay. And
it could have just not gotten sent to me. Last time I had talked to Sean, which was a little while ago, he had said his understanding was it hadn't been ruled on. So that's why I was confused.
all right, I find the proposed order here, but it's just attached to his motion. So I will. Okay, I didn't realize it was that long back. Okay, I will get this. We'll see what I'm doing tomorrow. I don't have to leave early tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Ms. Boyd has not rejoined, I don't believe, and we have a few issues with her cases.
She had a minute ago.
On date.
No, she's
She's
here.
here. She's here. She just
Yeah.
doesn't have video on.
Great,
She's
thank you,
here.
ma'am.
I sent you a message. I
Let me
don't know.
repost them. I have to
Okay.
repost them every time an attorney comes back on.
Okay. And then which clients are you talking about for dates? Mr. Sutton, does he get, I'm thinking new dates because he had a warrant.
He will need new dates. We also need to get a bench warrant date on Eric Trevino. And then Jesse Oliver, you did submit the waiver. It was in, I rejected it because it wasn't clear. So I'll need another waiver of arraignment on Oliver.
And Cindy, Eric Trevino is in custody where?
Bear County is where he was last time, and I looked this past week just to see if I could tell if he was still there, and it looks like he is there, but you may want to get Todd to double check that. Because I'm just looking through Vine Lake. Anyway, so Lisa, did you want the dates that were on that waiver, the 5/5, 5/12, and 6/28 for Oliver?
I guess yes, since she knows those dates.
Okay, but you still do need to get a waiver done, please.
All right. And is she on there? I mean, I've sent her emails telling her to send me a new waiver, not to take a picture of it.
I don't see her on, she's not on court right now.
She did not make an appearance this morning, Lisa.
Oh, Oliver did not?
No, she did not. She was a failure to appear this morning.
Okay, well then that answers that.
Well, then we won't worry about dates.
Okay. And then Trevino, what date is it that we're wanting to? And then Sutton needs a motion from me to waive the NISI, is that correct?
There is a...
Just an order is fine.
Okay.
There's a warrant recall form on our website too.
Okay.
Okay, can we just kind of just real quick run through Albert Aguirre, Starling, are we doing something there?
Yes, I have an agreement with Mark for a 5/10 date on that.
5/10 MTR? Okay. Lorraine, I have 5/24 on Villarreal.
We have what, Cindy, 524?
524 for a plea on Villarreal.
Can we go back up to Aguirre on the 510? Is that going to be an agreed judgment?
It should be an agreed plea with a PSI.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because that is a very full docket.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So, but that's fine. That if that's what that's going to be, that's simple. That's simple, and we can put it and we can do that and move it on. But that's where all of that is docket call for the 140 cases that were on the docket last week. So,
David, look underneath that computer bag and see if it's under there. Yes.
Okay, so
Just,
and y'all were starting to go over the docket. What happened on Albert Aguirre?
we have a reset date of 510, Your Honor, to plea is my understanding.
Cnty via Real 524.
Yes, Your Honor.
Castillas 518.
Yes, sir.
Palafos final judgment. Altamira, I don't have anything.
Nor do I.
I don't either.
I think Mr. Hyatt just left without getting any dates.
He asked me specifically for a reset date, and I gave him the dates, but then I didn't see anything other than posted back.
All right, I will search my chat. I don't want to have to slug through all of it right now. Just a minute.
Actually, if I may, we got
Hobson 524.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sonia Martinez.
I have nothing for that.
I'm sorry, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. I wanted to set that to the 18th.
TRLA was appointed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on. All right, I locked up for a minute. I couldn't hear if y'all were talking. Sonia Martinez, TRLA was appointed?
Yes, Your Honor. And I was wondering if I wanted to set that for the 18th. I haven't spoken to her yet.
Okay, again, if that's okay with the state and the defense, it's fine with me. If y'all have a dispute as to when it needs to be set, I will resolve it. I'm not going to be that way forever, but for right now, until we get our dockets better under control. Okay, Penny Gonzalez. Was that did we get that?
That was a final plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Sweeney, 5-5, 5-12, 628.
On
Yes,
two
sir.
of the cases out of 6, on the other 4, there were no dates.
Okay.
I asked him on that, and he said he wanted the same dates for all.
Okay, and I did contact
didn't
his, I contacted his office the other day. We don't have waiver of arraignments on 4 of these cases.
All right, yeah, he has to do that. All right, Miguel Rios, Nisai,
Yes, sir.
Spalding, final judgment. Trevino, what do we have?
The standard dates, 5-5, 5-12, 628. That's what we were talking about, Cindy, right?
And bench him for, is this the one we need to bench over from Bear County, Cindy?
Yes, yes,
Oh, Trevino? Okay,
yes.
this warrant
So we need a date.
It's Lisa Boyd. I posted the 3 dates that you had for the trial track for him.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am, got it.
and Howell has those dates. Jesse Oliver.
He failed to appear.
I'm sorry, I was doing two things at once. That's yes?
No.
That was a failure to appear, Your Honor.
Okay. And Parker showed up?
Yes.
Yes.
And standard dates, as does Spence. And I think Sweeney had those too, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I do not know why I don't have that down for both his cases. Shelby Wilson, same cases. Dalen, same dates. Lazoya, same dates. Dwayne Black, final judgment. Kelly, standard dates. Spence, standard dates.
And Spence and Demi Lynn Kelly both have waivers in the queue.
And the add-ons, Christopher Perez remain on docket, and I need to make a ruling.
Your Honor, we have some agreed issues on Perez, and then there was another issue that wasn't agreed to that I was hoping you'd have time to hear.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay. So I had filed a motion. This was the motion I had filed last Wednesday or Thursday, either on the 21st or 22nd. I think it was the 21st. And
I did
so,
email it to you, Judge, if you need to look at it.
If you would do that, or just post it in chat.
I did. I did email it, but I can post it as well.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, I see. There's a motion to substitute.
It's the motion for additional discovery. I just posted it in chat.
All right. All right, go ahead.
okay, so me and Mark have conferred on this, and the state is in agreement to everything except number 2 and number 4. And so that's what we specifically wanted to address at the court. As to number 4, I don't know if you recall the situation, but basically there are 5 different bags of drugs found by 3 different people in 3 different spots. And from how the report is written, and possibly my perspective will change once I view the evidence in person, but from how the report is written, it seems like all 5 of these bags are just thrown in an envelope and shipped off to the lab. And then the lab only measures and tests 2 of the 5 bags. And obviously that's problematic because a jury could find that the defendant was in possession of the first bag that was found, but not the 4 bags later, or the last 2 bags, but not the first 3, because they were found in 3 different places by 3 different people. And so who found which bags is extremely important. And if the lab only weighed and tested 2 of them, that's important as well, so that the defense can prepare and say, okay, well, if the state's only going forward on 2 of the bags that were discovered, which 2 bags are they going forward on? And so we feel like the state, that we need a hearing, and that the 3 witnesses who are going to testify as to finding these bags of possible drugs, because we don't even know that all of them are drugs. And it was even, if they are all drugs, one of them was misidentified by the state trooper. We just don't even know which drugs we're fighting about or which drugs we're defending on if they're only going forward on 2 of the 5 bags.
Okay, and do you have some indication from the state that that's correct?
That what is correct?
That they're only going forward on 2 of the 5 bags?
So the lab report specifically states that they only tested and weighed 2 of the 5. So they weighed all 5 together, and then they tested and weighed 2 separately.
And Judge, if I may, I've confirmed with Ms. Starling and indicated that in a quest for economy, if they have tested, have gotten to a certain weight level, and they're not going to get to the next corresponding weight level, which would raise the felony, what they will do is stop testing. That it is testing's on the 2 rocks or the 2 bags. That's what's going to be tested and so forth.
Okay.
And that's what we would prosecute on a trial. If they did the rest of it, it still wouldn't bring it up to the next level of felony. So DPS does not test it if it's not going to increase the level of felony.
Okay. And that's, I think, absolutely appropriate when all 5 bags come out of the same pocket, or that's what the testimony is from the state's witness. How about in a situation like this where they were found in, what was it, 3 different locations?
That is the allegation, Your Honor. In some of them in a car, some of them in the front booking area.
And Judge, we're fine with them challenging that. We're fine, and we have agreed to them doing the evidence. Our objection to it is to have a hearing. They're not allowed to prepare. They're not allowed to look at evidence that they put away, over a year ago, as kind of this gotcha. Look at it. What do you say? And now we take it away. I mean, I think they should be able to prepare, just like Ms. Starling and myself can go look at the evidence. I believe that they are going to testify, and I agree with Ms. Starling that it may become moot once she sees the actual evidence. But I believe that the people called to testify should also be allowed to prepare for the hearing and have a look at it before they're in court, if we even have that hearing.
Okay. And are the bags substantially different?
Hey, I don't know, Judge. That's kind of the point.
There was no photo evidence.
Often they indicate when they put in evidence that they put their initials on it.
Yes.
And in my experience, obviously, many times it takes them going back and reviewing the evidence, say, okay, yeah, there's my signature, there's the date, or what happened. Like I said, it may become moot after they view the evidence themselves, Ms. Starling, Mr. Keen-Dawes, and whoever. But in that case, I mean, I would also like, we're going to have a hearing. I would like to afford that same possibility to the officers instead of just a quick show and cold without any kind of context.
Okay. But none of the attorneys have seen the evidence?
Not yet, Judge. I mean, this was filed today.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. What I will suggest is let the attorney for the state and attorney from TRLA get together with someone who's a custodian for the evidence, but not a testifier, and just look at it. And if there's 5 bags with 5 evidence labels and 5 initials, if the state wants to say, well, we only have tests on whatever locations, how the bags were at, whether it's just one of the 3 different locations, 2 of the 3, or whatever the answer is, I think that's their call. They can go forward on just those. I don't know that you'd be able to introduce the rest of them, except possibly as other bad act if you got that far. And if none of them are individually labeled, so there's no telling where they came from, then if y'all can't come to an agreement on that, we can have about a 2-minute hearing and I'll make an order.
Fair enough.
Do you need me to write something out for the SO or whoever has the, I guess the SO to turn that over?
No, Judge, we're in contact with them. They've always in the past been accommodating. I don't foresee it being a problem, so we can return and get a court order.
Okay, all right.
And Your Honor,
yes, ma'am, Mr. Arlen.
in addition to one of the attorneys from TRLA, can we also have one investigator? Just their prior law enforcement, they can tell me what I'm looking at if they accompany me.
All right. Any objection from the state?
No, Judge, I think they're entitled to bring whoever they want.
Well, within reason.
Within reason.
Okay, I won't go any further than that. All right, anything else?
No, I think we've agreed to the other terms, and so we'll just like Mr. Lede said, it might all be moot afterwards, but I'll try to get in there on the 3rd when we're in person.
Okay. All right. So anything else at all then?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so do you want to go over the, I guess, Ms. Marcinic and the attorneys with criminal matters are released, and I can go over the civil docket with Ms. Kruger and Ms. Poppy.
I don't think we finished the criminal completely.
Oh, okay, I guess there were the add-ons, yes. All right. All right, so Christopher Perez remain on docket. Jose Morales final judgment.
And then I wrote Zachary Sutton in for the 5-5, 5-12, 628.
Okay, excellent. And on Carnes, Ricky Rivera reset on request. Dwayne Black.
She requested the 7/19 date for right now, and we hope to pull it forward.
Okay. All right, and then on the civil, on the ad, agreed docket control order was entered. I sent that, I believe, to both of you. And on the regular civil docket, Palmero final judgment, Milton 518, Larson 515, Murphy 5-5.
Larson had 515? I have 518, but I don't.
Oh, was it 18? That sounds.
That's what I have, 18.
Okay, that sounds familiar. All right, Murphy 5-5. Fletcher, Mr. Fletcher, I'll talk with him in just a moment. Ramirez, final judgment. Tucker, final judgment. Presley and Raymond, I signed the temporary orders, reset on request.
Yes.
All right, so let me ask Mr. Fletcher to unmute.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on, Mr. Fletcher?
I went ahead and filled out the paperwork in which you requested, and had it overlooked by my wife Erica, and we both agreed upon what was written and initialed, and I resubmitted the document to the district clerk's office, and you should have it in your hand, sir.
So Judge, I had marked the page with a blue and yellow tab. That's the page he has submitted.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, so has there been something signed by a judge up in Bexar County?
No, sir. Nothing has been signed by a judge at all. It was signed by the representative of the Attorney General's office, Mrs. Cnty.
Give me a moment.
I'm trying to find a good spot here to get reception.
All right.
And if anybody can hear me, I apologize, but I am not getting very good reception right now.
We can hear you,
I'm
sir.
trying to get to a place to where I can.
All right, we can hear you, sir. All right, Mr. Fletcher,
Oh, you can? Okay. Awesome.
Okay, I have struck all the other language you put in here. And by that, I mean, Mr. Leal is not a party to this divorce. I don't have any jurisdiction to declare him to be the father or anybody else to be the father of this child, because they're not parties to this lawsuit. All I would have the power to do is to state that the presumption that you are the father of the child has been rebutted and find that you are not the father of the child. So I'll find I have jurisdiction to hear this case. It's been on file for more than 60 days. There is a waiver of citation in the proper format that's been on file for more than 10 days. The respondent, Erica Garcia, appeared in open court earlier today to agree to this, and I don't see her here right now. I find that she did want the divorce to go forward.
I was supposed to inform her, but I automatically, as soon as I got done filing, I was supposed to let her know
Mr. Fletcher,
if
Mr.
this was
Fletcher,
going to go forward.
Okay. The marriage between Mr. Fletcher, the petitioner, had been a resident of Wilson County for 20 days, now Texas for 6 months prior to the time this lawsuit was filed. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, and there's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There were one child born during the marriage and one child previous to the marriage, whom Mr. Fletcher has previously been adjudicated to be the father of. And I find that the orders concerning the children are in the children's best interest, and I will adopt them. There was one child born during the marriage. That's the child Amy Ray Fletcher. And I'll find that it's been presumption that Mr. Fletcher is the father of that child has been rebutted. by clear and convincing evidence. And I'll find that the proposed division of the marital property and debts is just, fair, and equitable, and I would approve that. And was there a change of name or restoration of a name? No. I will pronounce the divorce in open court. Any relief, it does not appear in this divorce decree is denied, so it is a final appealable order. And Ms. Kruger, when you scan this in, you probably saw, but there's one double-sided page.
Yes, I did notice that, Judge.
Oh, and it was signed. I thought it had been, but I'm going to make this 43A and 43B because the page with the annotations on it has not been signed by the parties. All right. Ms. Kruger, looks like the Bureau of Vital Statistics sheet has been filled out. All the kids. All right, so that concludes this matter.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. You have a great day.
Okay, so Fletcher is now a final judgment. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. I'll see you in the morning. Okay, any idea what our dockets look like tomorrow?
Let me look, sir. The criminal isn't too bad, but I haven't looked at your civil docket.
That's okay. I'll take care of it. I just. Okay, so final judgment.
There's 10 cases. I don't know how much time. Let me see. Some tax suits, an hour hearing, final divorce hearing, doesn't have a time.
Okay,
And,
I'll go and download those right now, but I think that's, is that it?
I'm fine. I don't know about the district clerk's office for sure.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Were you asking something of us?
No, I'm just asking, is that everything? I think we're,
Yes, that was the last thing for civil, yes.
all right. Well, I've just downloaded the 4 dockets for tomorrow. And I will get them downloaded and I will see y'all soon.
All right.
And